Welcome to starting out your voice AI agency in 2026 the right way. We are going to be looking through and we're going to take you from zero to hero in the next somewhere between 3 and 6 hours. So I'm going to show you guys everything that I've learned since the start of 2023 and provide you all the knowledge that you need to get started with your voice AI agency and make money in this space. I guess a good question is, why should you listen to me? So I've built 60 voice AI custom builds over the past year and a half. At one point I was building 16 projects at once. Now I started voice AI in mid-23, as I mentioned, and this is because I quit my 9 to 5 to do this back then, and I would not ever go back to my 9 to 5. So we've worked with small businesses to Fortune 200 companies, whether they were HIPAA compliant, GDPR compliant. We built everything from scratch back when there was no tutorials, no help, no communities. I've also helped thousands of others learn about voice AI, whether through my LinkedIn, my YouTube, or our school community. And we have right now about 8,000 people in our school community, and me and my business partner, we have been building this out since like early 2024. We've been working on this journey together, and he's more the marketing slash getting leads part of our agency, and I am more like the fulfillment slash developer side of our agency. So when I'm speaking from developer side of view, but recently I've also started more actually focusing on not building projects anymore. After like 2 years of working on this, I'm actually managing a whole team of 10 developers and or people that are helping us build projects and help us with our community. I've also helped change the lives of hundreds of people. I just want to show off what kind of value we have provided to others in our private community. So this is one of my students, Liam. He's got his own YouTube channel now. This is probably his biggest close. This was for campground that he got in Luxembourg. This was another student of mine. He's got 17.6K deal for a project that wasn't even a full project. It was more for like a demo purposes, just to see whether it would actually work. Oh, there you go. He said MVP. Ron, he actually came in and started out in an elite in early 2025, and he's now left us, but he's left us because he's now got a job getting 6 figures working as an AI developer for a software company. Equi's now moved countries because of us. So she's built a few of these solutions, and she's now moved from the UK to Thailand. You can see I've got a video with her on my YouTube channel. This is as well one of our students, and he's been closing audits recently for somewhere between 1.6 to 5K, and he's aiming for 10K next month just for audits. This is Corey with his first ever paid project. This is Abdul. He joined us a few weeks later. He's now got a client, one of my students, and he's also got his first client, and he's now actually busy building out that project. This is Liam with a project coming directly just through YouTube. This is Corey with a 2.7K voice AI build. This is another person with another student with a 5K project. It did take him like 4 to 6 months to get this project though. So like not every single one of these are quick and easy things. It highly depends on your experience and personality and how quickly you can go through those value of the spares and things that I want to mention later on. This is Corey with an 8.2K project. This is same student from before, 2.5K each for a med spa and a WhatsApp build. Now, this is also one of our students. He's been with us for a while now. He got 3 projects in 1 month, 3K custom project each. It's just crazy. And Imre, he's also on, Imre, he's on Yanis's YouTube channel. We've talked to him a few times, and he was building out a paper like a RAG voice agent that helped people put together paper planes. And I got so much more. For example, on our Trustpilot, we got 49 reviews. I'll check the link below. You guys can have a look and scroll through this. Anyway, I just thought I'll show you guys that why should you listen to me? Because I've literally taught this stuff to people for such a long time. So I've seen the ins and outs and the pains that people go through. So I know exactly what you're thinking, what you're going through, and where you should go, because I've helped that many people. Now, with clarity, once you finish watching this full thing, I guarantee you will have clarity on these questions. So there is way too much info. What's actually good in this space? And it's like, how much do I price my solutions for? How does delivery look like? Do I charge a retainer? What niche do I pick? How can I find leads and get people to actually pay for this stuff? How can I quit my 9 to 5? What do I need to do to have financial and geographical freedom? What's the best tech setup? What do I say on discovery calls and what's a discovery call? What skills do I need to actually start this? And how do I create production ready builds? Now, there are obviously so many other questions that come along the way, but these are just some of the questions I'll be answering throughout this whole video. And I don't think you'll find anything else like this out on the internet currently, because I'm pretty much giving away like the full blueprint on how you can make money with voice AI in 2026. Let me tell you, businesses and people are starting to wake up, because the businesses in 2024 and 25 have already been using voice AI, making money off of it. They are saving money, and they are way more productive with the builds that were properly done back then. So what should you expect? Level 1, we are going to jump and create our website, our domain, and we're going to set up a Google Workspace. We are going to talk about the mindset and AI tech basics. We're going to talk about LLMs and AI agents and voice AI agents and all that cool stuff. Then in the demo creation, we're going to jump into actual 11 labs, and then we're going to talk about how you can go to market and start finding your first leads. In the level 3, we're going to jump into tech foundations, and there's actually quite a lot to cover there. We're going to jump from JSON to all the platforms that I think are the best currently for in 2026 to build with for your projects. And we are going to go into how to actually deliver and do the operations within your agency or company. And we'll actually do a project together. And in level 5, we'll pretend we are handing over the project to someone. So once we finish it, and I'll just give you some final words. So this is how the journey is going to look like. We're going to jump from level 0 to level 1 to level 2. And in here, this is all the things we're going to look through in level 3. In level 4, this is what we are going to look through. And in level 5, this is what we are going to look through here. And now let's jump into level 1. All right, guys, let's get to level 1, where I know I said business setup right here, but I was more thinking of like workspace setup, where we have the Gmail setup, the website setup, the domain setup, and all that. So that's what we are going to be diving into right now. And just for you guys, I've created a completely new Google account. So this is a completely fresh account, so it's as if I was starting from scratch. So once we've got our Gmail account, we can actually go to a provider called Namecheap, and you guys can use any other provider out there to buy a domain. And for now, we are just going to sign up, because we haven't done that before. Also have Henrik's voice AI at gmail.com here, and then. And the cool thing with 1Password, you can scan the QR code and it automatically sets up all that for us. So we can now just copy and enter that. And now we got authentication set up on our account. I highly recommend doing that for all your accounts as well. Not really sure what kind of domain I want, so I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to give me something. I really like Diablo 2, so I'm just gonna get something like that. Voxadin. That's actually cool. Let's see if that works. Oh, that's good. Okay. And I would recommend getting like a .com. .ai is pretty expensive, but .com's fine. That's fine. And then once we choose it, we just go to checkout. Include the domain privacy in there. That should be in there. You can buy it and it costs like less in bulk. But for now, I'm just going to go for the 1 year, because I'll just delete all this later anyway. Confirm order. We didn't have a company name yet, so we're just going to click that off. We're just going as a solo trader, more or less. I'm just clicking off the renewal of my registration. So I don't want that to happen next year. I'm just going to do it for this 1 year. Cool. Let me just click on pay now. Thing to do would be to go to this spot right here, Cloudflare. And what this does is it protects us against from attacks. So it helps protect your domain from any kind of lower levels attacks where it'll just be bots or anything else that you can think of. So I'd recommend just starting for free. And this is completely, it's got a few tiers here. And I'm actually going to sign in with Google. If I can, I'm just going to sign in using my Google account. It was much easier. It's going to go personal, developer, myself, protect my apps, public websites. And now when we go on our dashboard, we can just select this, come into Cloudflare and just put that in. Then we go manually enter DNS records, click on continue. The plan we are going to select is for free. We get a lot of cool stuff already with it, and it's more than enough to get started. You should probably go plan if you actually expect a high amount of traffic through your website. But for now, again, we're just starting out and you don't need to pay for that. Then we just click on continue to activation here. That's okay. And this is the thing that we want. We want the name servers. We want to copy that over into our Namecheap. So we then click on manage. Where's the name servers? There you go. Name servers, custom DNS. And now we punch in the 2 name servers. Like so. Just click the little button here just to save. And this should be very quick. So now if we just click on continue, we can scroll down to the bottom of this page and then just check name servers now. Cloudflare is not checking. Okay, this is awesome. So now when we go into overview, it should say something like overview voxodin.com, and we are now protecting your website. And that should be now good to go. Now we can also set up DNS records. We can do some extra security stuff, but for now, this is more than plenty enough. So I am happy with just leaving this as is. I will leave Namecheap open. And so the next thing that we can do is set up our Google Workspace. And then from here, just type in Google Workspace. Okay, so now when we are in here, we can just click on get started while we're in the Google Workspace, box it in, just in case we want to create like an LLC, we can click on new now. Then we're going to set up using our existing domain. So that's the one that we bought on Namecheap. Okay, boxedin.com. Go next. Then we go here. Go henrik@boxedin.com. Now we just click on I ran into a really shit thing. So when I now click next, what happened was that I was logged into 10 Google accounts. And then when I went to like click to go next, it gave me 2 options whether I can cancel the sign in because it had to log me out of all the accounts and I didn't want to log out of all of them. So I clicked on cancel login, and then when I created this again, it now says this is here. So I think I'm gonna go back to Cloudflare and I'm just gonna play new domain again. So I'm gonna go with this one. See if that one's available. I hope it is. Okay, let's go add to cart. Let's just do this really quick. your emails and just making sure like you verified everything. You've clicked on all the stuff that we need to. Okay, so now let's try this again. Google Workspace. Go here, click on Get Started. Voice it in. Just me. Go for Australia for now. So that's the one we're like signing up with currently. Set up an existing domain. Okay, voice it in. Com. Yes, I definitely want to use this one. Let's try again. I don't want to tick any of these and then just go agree. Let's hope it works this time. And in here, we do have a few options. I wish we could change the amount. I swear there was like different plans. So it was like, this is way overkill for what we need. There was like a business smaller plan. But anyway, I'm just going to click on try free for a few days and I'll just cancel this after. And you guys can keep this later on. Then you're just going to fill out all your info and then click on agree and start 14-day trial. We do not want to add a new user. Every single one new user costs an extra $26, by the way. So for now, this is good later on when you want to bring on extra developers or extra people to work with you. But for now, we're just going to skip that. So you then pay for the $26 every month. But if you choose the annual, then you got to pay the full upfront fee for them. I'll set up my Gmail for this. That would be great. Just going to click sign into Cloudflare. Click on authorize. We're now verified. Click on activate Gmail. We'll have this, proceed with this guy. Sign in with this again. We authorize that again in Cloudflare. We're almost done, guys. Looks like we're in. Nice. Just gonna say, I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I'll definitely use these, so let's just select them. Then if I was you, I would just work my way through this setup here. Like I've tried like Google Gemini and things like this, so like I'm already pretty aware of all this thing. Admin console, if you guys never been there, it does look like this. We can add users, you can manage your own setup right here, but there's like a lot of stuff that we probably don't need to worry about now because the main reason is just we wanted the domain and the Google Workspace setup. Now this is beautiful because from here we can do I should have probably mentioned this before. Why did I do Google Workspace is we have a Google Calendar. In the Google Calendar, you now completely remove something like Calendly from our setup. It's because we have now the ability to create our own Calendly version of this. So now click on create, go appointment schedule, and we can just go like something like discovery call. We can have a 30-minute one. And let's just say we work from 9 to 5 p.m. That's not the case, but let's just say we are. You guys would set your thing in here. I would recommend having 60 days is pretty far. I'd have that 30, and then 4 hours before is very good. Let's say guests can invite others, tick that off, and then just select any other Google calendars that might be an issue. I'm going to click on Google Meet. This is a quick, see if we are a fit your business. In the booking form, I recommend adding in a custom item and then going something like join this website. Come, wait, you build with us. That is required. I'm going to go back, actually have that as required. And then in here, we're going to have custom item. Now this just stops people from like booking, then ghosting you, not coming, and then completely just going to have that. And the reminders, I have 1 day before, I'm going to add in one more. I'm going to have an hour before, I'm going to then have 15 minutes before as well. Because we definitely want people to turn up to these. Nice. So now we can preview this and we can now see this setting right here. Or we can see this calendar right here. And yeah, this is going to now repeat for every single week. And this is now what you guys can now share with people. Things like Fireflies and things like that, we don't need it anymore because we can have it in here. You can also record your meetings using this setup. So you also don't need that as well. Just to rebuild this whole website pretty much. I've just given it lots of like pictures of the website that I like. And I was gonna say, rebuild me this website. Also put the FAQ in. Also put the needed, as we are going to be selling voice AI services. And then we just click on build. I actually think it's happening because the account was just freshly created, so it's not going to work well. So yeah, I'm actually gonna just use my the other option for you is if you want to create a website is Lovable as well. This is quite cool to create with. You could probably get away with in the first few credits to have it working. I'd probably try and do it in Lovable if this is like painful. There, for whatever reason, permissions, or maybe it just takes a little while to tick over in my Google Workspace to build it within the Google AI Studio. I'm actually going to just opt in for building with Lovable. I think you get 5 credits daily to build your website. So what I'm going to do is actually just do this, and then we are going to try the same thing again from before. Preview this website, and we are going to try and more or less copy what they have in here. Just going to scroll all the way down so it has an idea of how it looks like. So the headline should be simple. We help with bookings, qualifying, and generating, and probably way shorter. The headline should be really, really small. All right, let's see. Now I'm opting in with Lovable because I know from here I can push it to GitHub, and from GitHub we can deploy it really easy to something called Vercel, where we can then connect our domain really easy. But like while this is editing and building a little bit in here, I am going just to start speaking about this because we'll be soon finished with all this stuff here. So I do want to speak about mindset, and I think the mindset is probably the biggest thing when you're starting out with this journey. The number one success variable that I have seen is consistency. So the people who I have seen in this space who have started out 2 or 3 years ago, or roughly at the same time that I did, the only ones that are here right now is actually making money, and I'm talking like 50 to 100K a month right now, is the ones who have been consistent. And what does that even mean? So consistency means that you stick with one thing for a very long time. And this means you stick with it until you are bored with it. You stick with it until when things get hard. You stick with it when other shiny things pop up and you think about swapping to them. I'm going to actually talk about a little bit about that in a second. But consistency is the number one factor with being successful in the space. And being successful is kind of like a little bit different for everyone, but in general, it's about, I think everyone joins this because they want to make money, right? So that's probably the number one thing. So consistency will help you get money in the long run. Now, with this frustration threshold that I mentioned here, you could be doing, was just kind of linked to the consistency. So when you, like today, for example, if you noticed, I stuffed up my initial domain and it didn't work. Google Workspace. Then I went off to the side, and I tried to look up some quick little fixes. Wasn't going to work. Was I frustrated? Yes. What did I do about it? I just thought of a solution, and then I went and I just bought a new domain just because I thought it wasn't going to be worth my time to be dealing with Google for the next 30 to 60 days to try and get the other domain back. Like in this particular case, I'm just going to move on and pick this new voice it in. I actually really like the domain. It's cool. But there have been times when you will be frustrated when you're building stuff. The webhook won't work. The API key won't work. You'll get 400 errors. You get 404 errors. Your NA10 instance might crash. The payment won't go through. You get the scope from your client and you have no idea on how to do it. That was actually the sound of Lovable finishing. I just want to finish this part off. There's going to be lots of frustration points in your journey where you're just going to have to learn to deal with the amount of frustrating things that come your way. So the number of frustrating things that can happen to you in a single row or in a sequence, and the amount that you can deal with and suffer and come out the other side still being able to think about it more as like a problem solving thing instead of like a, oh my God, why is this happening to me? It will make you such a stronger entrepreneur. This is seriously one of the most underrated skills, I think. I will continue with the woman in the red dress and the valley of despair because I think those are the next two pretty big things to speak about. Let's just come in and see how it looks like. Ooh, this is very nice. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, I think this is much better than oh, super simple. Love it. By the way, guys, the simpler you make it, the better it is. Now, I'm actually going to change. Later on, we could build LinkedIn and Facebook potentially for this. But for now, I'm just going to actually tell it to remove. No, we're going to do YouTube and LinkedIn. So can you remove the text inside Facebook icons and replace them with LinkedIn and YouTube, please? Okay, while it's updating, I'm going to just keep on going with this stuff here. So woman in the red dress. If you guys haven't seen Matrix, I'm just going to start Matrix in the red dress. This is the scene from Matrix where Neo is standing with Morpheus. Morpheus is explaining stuff to Neo, and then all of a sudden this woman walks past, and he completely his attention gets shifted completely to the lady. And this is a couple things in here that I think are worth mentioning. When new stuff comes up in the AI space, and it does every single day, and there are so many tools, there's at least 2 SaaS platforms coming out every single week. There are new updates for new models coming out every single week. There are new voice AI platforms, new voice providers. There's always a better way to do something, or this model's slightly better, or this thing released this thing, and now I've got to go learn it. This is all woman in a red dress, and this is splitting your attention 1,000-fold, and you do not want to do that. So you want to not think about the woman in the red dress because the other thing is you also don't know how she is once you meet her. So once you meet her, she might not be the best person that you know. might have little quirks that really annoy you, but so it's sort of like grass is always greener on the other side. You don't know how the grass is on the other side because you haven't been there yet. But once you get there, you'll pretty much get the same feeling and look for the next thing because it is new and exciting. Now, new exciting means most of the time, by the way, not always, but most of the time, I'd even give it like a specific statistics just from a gut feeling. 99% of the time, it is something that you don't want to do because the things where success comes from and you starting to make money in a space is when, as I mentioned before, when things get boring. Just because you want to look for the next thing and there's all these new things popping up, it doesn't mean they are good for you. It doesn't mean that they are production ready. It doesn't mean that they are going to help you progress better if you actually stuck with the things that were boring. And for in this case, let's just use an example. Let's just say you were using make.com for 2 years, and then all of a sudden NA10 comes out. If you had 3 projects lined up that week when NA10 came out, and you made the swap to NA10 that week, or even that month, your progress on those projects and your deliverability and the production level of stuff that you can create will decrease because you don't know on how NA10 works at that specific time. Now, because you knew how make.com worked, you would have done pretty well with those projects and done it much quicker. Come back to the Valley of Despair and just see how our website's looking. Oh, that's actually really, really nice. Okay, cool. Let's go visual edits, and then we can click into things like this. And we can actually now type in our domain. So henrik@com. Actually, there's like lots of little things here and there that I would have to change for this. So I might actually tell it that my domain is voiced in, and I might actually make it easier because it's got to change it in a few spots. Can you change? Yeah, I think that'll be better. What else can we change while we've given it? So I know because you guys might have like 5 or so credits and you don't want to use 1 credit per go. Okay. So yeah, I would just come into here and just select that and just delete it. And the heading smarter calls, bigger profits with AI. It's actually not bad. I think I'm going to stick with it just for now. Again, like you literally on your website, you do not want to spend much time. Their website is not as important as you actually think. So the only care about is whether the website actually exists. I'm just going to leave this, I think, as is. I think this is good enough. Let's just click on book a call and see if it actually comes up. Okay, it might be blocked because I might actually have to publish this first. And I think I'm going to just click on visual edit, click on this thing right here, and then just delete that. I don't need this. The less stuff there is, the better. You don't want to like overwhelm people. And then here later on, we're going to add in a voice AI demo. So I'll leave that for later though. Okay, now we're going to click on, so now click on publish. Click on publish and just see how that looks like in here. And let's add a custom domain. Oh, nice. That's cool. I wonder how easy it is actually to connect. I'm actually going to try it from here instead of going to Vercel. It might actually be better if we can just do it all within here. And then here we just type in Cloudflare. We type in Namecheap. And this will just take you to a screen there to here. And now we're just done. That looks like it's finished. Now, it might take up to 72 hours for everything to actually propagate and then be active on here. I'll go through this like little cycle of like setting up and then we will see. Better chill for now. All right. While this is like setting up, I want to now to keep on talking about this next thing, valley of despair. So in your guys' journey, you will get to a point where you are going to start a thing, and when you start off a thing, you are going to be here, and this is before the climb of the peak of the mountain. So this is you, and you are very happy, right? And in here, this is called the uninformed optimism stage. Now here, you are now super excited. You bought something new, or you're starting out a new course, or you start a new job, and everything's very exciting. Then you start learning about everything. And this is now where you're at the stage at the top here when you get to here. You are now in the informed optimism stage, and this is where you start learning about actually how hard things are. And what then happens is you get to this spot right here, which is called the Valley of Despair. I'm just going to say VD, VOF for VOD for Valley of Despair. Down here, this is where most people quit. Now, this is where I was talking about also the whole frustration threshold and how much you can handle all at once, but this is definitely something that you should pay attention to and be aware of when you reach this. So when you reach this, you can label it with actually like something. So when things get hard, so starting out, you learn about it and it becomes a valley of despair. But once you get out of the valley of despair, whether it's setting up like a website like today, or it's setting up a new email, or your payment's not going through for something, and you're feeling like you're stuck and you have nowhere to go, you don't know what to do. And from here, maybe let's just find a new mountain to climb, and we're just going to repeat the same process, and we're just going to keep on doing this. Now, I see this with people who join communities like, I don't know, like some ladies buy shoes. There's lots of communities out there like Networks and everyone else's communities that you can join and pay money to, and you can kind of like hop between each community. And what you're doing each time you're joining a community is you're literally doing this whole loop over and over and over again. You're never going to get anywhere. You need to, I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of valley of despairs in between before you get to the success that you want. Because instead of sitting here at the start, you're sitting on the next top of the mountain, trying to figure out the next thing, how to make it work. Anyway, I thought this was a beautiful drawing. I hope you guys liked it. And it looks like our voice editor is actually working already. Look at that. Now to have the remove with lovable thing right here, I think you do actually need a paid thing. If you guys don't want that, it should be in the settings here somewhere. Where is the settings? Here, I've got top left, settings, projects, hide lovable badge, included in the starter plan. You should be able to hide the lovable badge once you get the starter plan, which is like 20 bucks. So now if we click on voice edit, it's now gone. I'm actually going to keep it on lovable for myself, but just in case you guys do want to have a free setup, so you don't have to pay for anything, what you got to do is now go to Vercel, which is a platform. Actually, I'm going to continue with GitHub because I created before, so I don't then need to hook up my GitHub because it's already hooked up via this. I think that would be easier to do. You might be asked to put in your code from your phone and install the GitHub application here. Just go install. And here we should be able to see our voice hour bookings website from Lovable. So now what we can do is click on import and just click on deploy. There's nothing else we really need to do. It'll take a few minutes to get that going. And what this is going to allow us to do is to host it actually for free. So you won't need to pay for the Lovable badge. Now I'm going to keep it on Lovable because I'm already paying for it every month. And yeah, there you go. Now we can just continue to dashboard. And this is where we'd be able now to, you can keep your domain as this if you want to, which already looks pretty nice and sleek. Or we can go domains. We can go add a domain. And this is where we now, we connect our domain from before, right? So, and just click on save and then follow through with a few prompts that come up. And that's literally it. That'll be the simplest way to do it. I think we've done the business setup. We did some mindset things, and now I'm going to go through the AI and tech basics. All right, so let's go through this. So we have an LLM. And what is an LLM? Good question. It's a large language model. Now, an LLM, what it does is it is trained on a lot of information. So it's trained on books, it's trained on pretty much all the website on the internet, it's trained on a lot of, let's say a model was trained on in 2023. That means its current cutoff knowledge date is for that time because that's when it was trained and that's all the data that was aggregated to it and sent to it, and that's when it was trained. Language is because it responds to natural language, and a model is because it actually predicts the next word based off the other words that came before it. So let's say I said the word king, it will then be able to predict the next closest word to it, which will most likely be queen or something along the royalty kind of like words that match it the closest. So that's actually how large language models learn to actually talk to you. Anyway, what is an AI agent? An AI agent is actually an LLM that has a few capabilities. It has the ability to remember stuff. So it has memory of the current conversation and maybe even past conversations. It has the ability to use tools. Now, tools are things that help it grab stuff outside of its own current. As I said, before it could know stuff up until, for example, 2023. With tools, what it can do, it can go search the internet, it can go look up a calendar, it can do a bunch of other things. And tools are very powerful for AI agents. So it's an LLM, it has memory, it has tools, and the other thing that it can do is it can actually plan. So what I mean by plan is it can actually, when you start saying things like, hey, can I book an appointment for tomorrow? It'll actually go and think, okay, now I need to check the calendar. I need to grab the person's name and I need to book them into the calendar. So it can actually plan and think about stuff before it does it. That's what an AI agent is. Now, a voice AI agent is actually a fusion of an AI agent. Voice AI agent actually has all of these in here, which is pretty much, I was going to say an AI agent then. So it's all this stuff, plus some additional things. So it has a few things that make a voice agent tick, and they are SDT. I'll explain what they are in a sec. SDT, then we have the LM, then we have text to speech. And we have a bunch of other stuff, but SDT is speech to text. And what this does is when we speak to our microphone, like I have my microphone right here, and if I was speaking to a voice AI agent, the words and the sounds that I'm making get converted into digital ones and zeros. Those digital ones and zeros then get converted into words. Those words are then sent to our AI agent, which is an LLM, and it then talks up, and then it thinks about the things that I said. It then gives us a response based off what I said. And once it gives us that response, it then converts the words that it generates into using this thing called text to speech. This is where our words that were generated by our LM, they can convert it back into audio, and it kind of creates this loop. See, in order, if I was going to replace them, let's actually place them in order so it makes a bit more sense. So we have we speak. So me or you speak. We then have this SDT and it converts the speech that we say into text. This text then goes into our AI agent. Our AI agent puts words out. This then converts this text to speech, then converts those words into speech. And then we can hear, and we can just do a loop, infinite loop. There's also another thing here that's pretty important, I'd say. It's voice activity detection. It's one of the things that's not spoken often about. This is a system that helps detect when the user has stopped speaking. And it's also a thing that now is being trained on a little bit more, where if the user stops midway through saying like a phone number, voice AI activity detection for the more advanced models, it has the ability to let the LLM know to not start speaking still, because we are still halfway through a sentence. So even things like when we say things like, hey, can you just give me a second? And then actually doesn't respond. So these are like the basics of all this. Okay, so I think we've gone through the level 1 part of this. By now, we should have a working website. We should have a working Google Workspace. We should have talked about all the mindset stuff and talked about the AI basics. Now, I might actually touch on a little bit more here while we're here, just as a little side note. This whole thing here that I was talking about is the orchestration layer. The orchestration layer is something that is handled for us most of the time. So platforms like Retail Vappy, if you guys have heard of them, they are voice out. If you haven't heard of them, they are voice out platforms that help us handle all this complex stuff in the backend for us, and they usually connect third-party providers to orchestrate everything to work properly together. And this is what we call the orchestration layer. But I actually do think this thing in 2026 is going to be much easier, or at least towards the end of the year, where we are going to be seeing less of this stuff, and we are going to be seeing more of speech to speech models. Imagining big companies like Elon Musk's X AI company, Google, and maybe even Amazon, they are going to have their own speech-to-speech models that are going to handle all this stuff in the back end for us, and we won't even have to worry about it anymore. All they're gonna give us is API endpoints, and we'll be able to create our custom solutions based off these. And these models currently, I think, will be cheaper than this setup right here. I think maybe they'll be charging maybe like a flat rate of like 5 cents a minute. Whereas this stuff right here costs anywhere between like 15 to 20 cents if you have a big juicy prompt. Anyway, guys, I think I will leave it here for now. And in the next one, we are going to jump into level 2, where we'll go through and jump into 11 labs and create our first demo. I'll tell you guys some stuff about some general knowledge on how you guys should deliver your product, how you should deliver your solutions. What are some general pricings, cost of running the business, some mentions about GDPR and HIPAA, some niche picking, and we'll talk about how you can actually get your first clients as well. Congrats, we have now leveled up to level 2. We are in this one looking at 11 Labs setup. If you just type in 11 Labs into your search bar, and then click on this, you'll now see something like this come up. What 11 Labs is one of those orchestration layers that we talked about. They bring together the text-to-speech models, the transcriber, which is the thing that converts the speech to text, and they also have their own LLMs, or they have LLMs that they leverage as third-party providers. I'm making a decision. I'm making a gamble actually on picking 11 Labs to choose for this video, because I don't know what platform is going to be existing at the end of 2026. Why am I picking 11 Labs is because they just got a shit ton of funding. And for the past like year and a half, they were being used as a third-party provider for other voice AI platforms like Vappy and Retail and Synthflow and whatever else. And now they've brought in the whole new voice AI agent side of things, agents platform, on their own platform. Now, what that means is they have the whole orchestration layer within their own setup. That means it's quicker, it's better, it doesn't lag, it doesn't cut out. And I also like 11 Labs because when they release stuff, it actually works. So you don't have like a new feature that's come out and it's buggy, or or you're not sure whether it's something that you should even put time into and something that will not work in production. With 11 Labs, what we're going to do is click on sign up, and we're going to choose and it'll take us to a new onboarding page. It looks pretty sleek. I'm going to go with dark. Go next. Just click whatever, doesn't matter. I'm going to focus more on the agents platform. I'll click on continue. And I'm going to actually click on blank agent. I'm going to choose this. We're going to name this one default because I'm going to show you all the default settings that I like currently in 11 Labs. And click on create agent. That's another reason why I like 11 Labs, because it's very intuitive to like click around and do things like that. Like it's very simple to see like what these things are. Like you can see that this button does the knowledge base. It's super easy. You just click on it and you upload a document and it just works. So anyway, we are now in here. Now, just by the way, if you already have an 11 Labs account and you logged in and you don't see the screen, how to get to the screen is like this. So at the top left, you have the default. I'm just going to click back, and this will take me to my 11 Labs like main UI. Now in here, I'm going to have agents platform and the creative platform. The one that we want to be on is on the 11 agents platform right here, which is this section right here. Now, how you get to the agent that we just created is you'll click on agents. It'll take you to, oh, it actually didn't do anything because we didn't publish it. So I just got to redo that part again. Create agent, and that's how we get back to it. Okay, so in here, we've got a few important sections. We're just going to look on the right-hand side here, and we have voices, language, and the LLM. So this is a large language model. For the voices, my favorite voice out of all these, and it might just be because I started out with this voice a very long time ago, I'm kind of just stuck to it, and it's Jessica.
If you spend your whole life waiting for the storm, you'll never enjoy the sunshine.
I don't think she's like the best voice to pick right now, because there are probably better ones that are like high, like better pitch, better tone, better pauses, but maybe some breathing included in most of the voices now as well. But this is just the one that I stuck with, and for now, for the sake of it, I'm just going to stick with this. For the text-to-speech model family, you can go with 11 Turbo. I found this one to be the most reliable, honestly, so I'm going to stick with that and just leave all these settings for now. In the languages, this is where you can choose what kind of language you want your AI agent to speak. For the LLM, we are going to choose, we are actually going to click into the LLM and then click on custom right here. And the reason we want to click on custom is because in the custom, we can actually add a backup LLM, which is probably one of the coolest features that is on here. And for demos, like having this model right here. Now, I'm not sure whether it'll be still here when you guys watch this in a few months' time. But this is the Gwen 3B, 30B, A3B model. And we're going to add my backup LLM for demo purposes, because this is what we'll be building now. I'd go with 4.1 mini, and I think that one works fine. And if you guys OpenAI also dies, we could have a 2.0 Flash model be as a backup as well. Now, for the temperature, I'd like to set it somewhere between 0.3 and 0.4. So I'm just going to go just right in between. Limit token usage, we're going to set it 200. Now, what the hell are tokens? Because I just use this big word, but what is it actually? So just going to type in OpenAI tokens. Maybe tokenizer. There you go. Let's just show you what it is. So I'm just going to enter. So when you guys can see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or about, let's say 10 words. 10 words was 11 tokens. But in this case, a token is everything that was like colored differently. So every single one of these was a token. So 50 characters was 11 tokens, but probably an easier way to remember it is that around 100 tokens is 75 words. Or another way to think about it is 1,000 tokens is 750 words. What does it mean here, limit token usage? Well, this means when I have a limit of 200 tokens, that will be 150 words that it can speak as a response. And if it reaches 150 word limit, it actually gets cut off. So if you guys want to cut it off from speaking too much, that's what you can set. And I like having it roughly 120, but 200 is, I think, a good thing for a more conversational aspect. I'm going to pick that. And in the system prompt, we are just going to say you are a help. I actually don't like having the word assistant in my prompts because it makes it too helpful. So you are an expert at conversations. Then your name is Alex and your name is Jessica. Now the default personality, just click on this, it doesn't hurt. What this does is it adds these bullet points into the prompt. So it says no need to repeat who you are. You should provide helpful and informative responses. If you're not sure, ask clarifying questions. You should be polite, and you should provide clear and concise responses. And I think that's completely fine. Now in the time zone, might as well set this here, and you just set it for the time zone that you are in. So let's say you are in Europe, for example, then you would just pick, let's say, Amsterdam if you're in Europe, or close to that. And then in the variables, what you can do, you can select, you can do the triple, you can do the double curly brackets, and then choose the system time. Now the system time will be dependent on what time zone you've picked here. So currently it is the 22nd of December, 11 a.m. in Europe, Amsterdam. The first message, by the way, is something that is non-interruptible if you click this button right here. Now I like having it uninterruptible because the best practices for the first message is what you can enter all the like pre-conversation type stuff. So I think the best practice is you have to let your user know, or whoever's calling your voice AI agent, that one, your call was being recorded, and two, that this is a voice AI assistant, and then even have some like preemptive instructions on how it should speak to the voice AI agent, or what the voice AI agent can actually do. So you can say something like, hey, so you can just have something like that. Hey, I'm Jessica, I'm a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help? Now in the workflows, we skip this. In a knowledge base, we are also going to skip this for the demo. Analysis, this is a really nice part because this is where all the audio, all the transcripts and stuff are going to be jumping into this from when you do your demos. So in our tools, this is also quite an important part right here because we are going to be looking at this section here. And the one we want to enable is the end conversation tool. We also want to enable the skip conversation tool. And what that's going to allow us to do is to end the conversation or hang up the conversation when the user says, okay, no, I'm done. Thank you. You've helped me. Or the user literally says goodbye, and then the agent can also hang up by itself. And this one is cool because it will allow the AI agent to stop talking when the user actually says, hey, can you give me a moment? Or hey, can you stop talking? And it should do that. So in the tools, we enable these two settings. Now in the tests, we are going to leave this for now. In the widget, we are going to come back for this in a second, but for now, I just want to do a couple other things. In the security, scroll all the way down, and then let's just say we're going to have 20 calls per day as a maximum limit. And my concurrency, I'm actually going to have that as 1. The reason I'm doing this because if I'm putting this on my website, I do not want someone to be spam calling me all the time with like 5 open lines working. And concurrency, by the way, means how many calls can you make at any one time. So let's say it's 10 a.m. and 5 people call you because you have this enabled as 5. That means that you can have 5 voice AI agents or voice like lines open at the one time. And that means that someone can spam you 5 times more. Now I'm just doing it for security reasons because I will be just giving this my website most likely to like one person every so often. So not many people are going to be calling this at all. So for now, 1 concurrent call is fine. And then daily limit is 20. And I'm actually going to turn off bursting because you get to charge double the rate if you have bursting enabled. Now in our allow list, let's actually do this while we are here. we are going to add in our voice it in domain already. So because we will be hosting this later on, our widget on this. And in our guardrails, this is a new feature that came out probably a few days ago. I'm just going to click on edit and I want to actually add sexual and then violence. And for now, I think I'm going to leave it here. You could probably add in a lot more, but for now, I think this is in the advanced tab. Let's jump into here. I really like this new model they have, Scribe Real-Time, and I think it is really good, really, really good because it can actually grab emails properly, whereas most transcribers before couldn't do that. Let's just jump in here. I'm actually going to leave this as -1 for the take turn after silence. So what that means is when the user stops speaking after like 7 seconds, what this would usually do is the AI agent will automatically start speaking, and I usually don't like that. Completely personal preference. I'm going to change the end conversation after silence to 20 seconds because if the user is silent for 20 seconds, I'm just going to hang up the call. Now, this means I don't have like ongoing costs and I don't have to pay extra money for my calls that are going completely silent. Now, you can increase this if you actually have to get the user to do specific tasks, like send the email through an SMS, which might take up to like 2 minutes. You might have to crank this up. Max conversation duration, I am going to turn this to like 240. 240 divided by 6 gives me 4 minutes worth of conversation before it completely cuts out, just shuts off. Now, in the client events, you do want to have these enabled. So the audio, this is where we are going to be able to grab the audio from the call and then put it into our, where's the analysis tab? That's where that will go. You want to have interruption enabled. If you have this disabled, the user cannot interrupt the AI while it's speaking, which kind of sucks and kind of defeats the purpose of the whole voice activity detection system that we have. Now we want the transcript, we want the agent responses, and we want you don't really need that, but whatever. Now we are going to store the call audio, but we are actually going to delete our data after 30 days. I don't want this to linger around for no apparent reason, and we're just going to select that for our setup. You can also enable PII, which is personal identification information, or personal information identification, whatever order that was in. And now we're going to click on publish. And now this is our default AI agent that we can now duplicate for any other use cases that we get in the future. Perfect. So I mentioned before that we are going to be doing our 11 lab setup, and now we did. Now what I like to do is just come back into here. I actually want to show you how you can preview it and just see whether it works. And in the top, we'll have the preview. And you just click on this, you can just talk to it.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, can you tell me a funny story with a dragon riding a horse?
Sure. Imagine a dragon named Blaze who decided he was tired of flying everywhere. One day, he spotted a horse named Thunder and thought, why not try riding this instead?
Okay, I'm going to finish that. That's okay. Completely random. Right. Now that we have that working, we know it works. What we want to then do is put this on our website. Now, honestly, I'm going to come back and fix up the prompt so it doesn't do silly things like this. But for now, let's just place it on our website to see how it's going to work. Now, I'm going to click off feedback collection. I don't want to have too much friction for my client. I'm going to click on widget version 2. It looks slightly better. I'm going to turn off chat to text mode, and I'm going to send text while on a call, turn that off as well. We can enable real-time transcript. That just means that it's going to come up. And in here, I am going to jump to our colors, and I just want to match my colors to my website. So my website's pretty like gray and black, right? So what I'm going to do is actually choose a bit more of a grayish color right here, somewhere around there. We're going to go with black, and we're going to leave the terms and conditions as is for now. And this is how it's going to look like on the bottom. I think I like this one right here. I think that looks cleaner. I wonder what will look better on my website. It would be like a white, sort of like what this is. Yeah, I think that looks good. I'm going to leave it as is, honestly, and just move on. Start a call. Let's have a chat with us. And now I think that would be it. Click on publish. Now, by the way, this thing that I did here before, this allow domains and the security, basically this only lets widget to only work on my website. If it's put on any other website, then it won't work. The reason is because anyone can actually, if they know what they're doing, they can grab your widget snippet, like this thing here that we're copying, and put it on their website. So what this does is it actually stops it from someone else taking your widget and putting it on their website. So I'm going to jump back into Lovable. If you guys, deployed over Vercel, it'll pop up over there. I'll just say, hey, can you put the, and I'm just going to give it the widget snippet. Now I reckon that looks really, really sleek. So now let's update this. Click on our domain. And there we go. We have now 11 Labs widget right here. Chat with us, gonna agree, allow.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm just testing whether this works. Can you hang up the call, please?
All right, I'll end the call now. Let me know if you need anything else in the future. Have a great day.
All right, and there we go. She ended the call. Now we should be able to see that call now in our logs. So if we jump back to 11 Labs, we go into analysis. That call was right here.
Hey, I'm Jessica.
Hey, I'm doing good. Hang up the call, please. There you go, guys. We now have a working website with a sick demo. Now with this prompt, we are going to have to work on it a little bit just to actually make it like demo ready so you can actually put it on your website. But I think for now, that was all I wanted to do for like this section because I was going to do, like a bigger build for 11 Labs later on. So for now, all we wanted to focus on was actually just to focus on actually just putting a widget into your website. So that should have done that for you. Now, by the way, if you had something like Framer, you do want to put it in a different spot. So let's say you have a website on Framer. Where you would put the snippet, by the way, is you'd go in the settings, you'd go into custom code, you'd add script, and you would just paste in the widget code right here. You can also choose where you put it into instead of just, like all the pages. You just want to put it on one page because you have, let's say, multiple demos on your web page, on your website. But yeah. Okay, so now let's pretend you have got someone who's interested. You now jump on a call with them and they are asking you, so how is this going to work? One, you're going to let them know that after this call, I am going to be collecting. So as a high level thing, so once the payment is all cleared, then we onboard to something like Slack. It doesn't have to be Slack, but it could be even a WhatsApp group. Once we have gone from Slack, we can then jump into the next thing where we do an onboarding call. On the onboarding call, we create all the accounts that you need. Now, you don't have to tell them what accounts they are, because at the moment they don't really care. They just want to know that you know what you're doing. If they ask about it, what you can say is you'll be creating some accounts that will help you run this stuff on the back. But everything will be under your name and under your own ownership. So nothing will be owned by me. It'll all be owned by you, and you can have your own intellectual property of all this build that I'll be building. You'll jump on a call with them and you help them set up things. Let's just for example say you actually do literally what we did just a second ago with the 11 Labs account. You'll go in there and you'll set up the default agent on there, and you might create the agent, just put it on the website. That literally might be your build. Now, what happens with the handover solution, which I'll go into, I think, a bit more depth later on, but I just want to mention this for you, is the handover solution is we get access to the client's accounts. We go in there, they then would, let's just publish this. In their account, they would then upgrade, right? that would you choose? Let's say the $22 per month thing, and I'd probably recommend doing that one. They would hit subscribe, and they will then continue monthly or yearly. They will put the own credit card on here. And the reason why we do that is because we do not want to bother ourselves with working out the payments for all this stuff. So let's say they go over cap or they have a huge influx of phone calls. We don't want to be worrying ourselves with about the payment stuff and charging per minute or whatever else. Do not do this, please. Just get the credit card on their accounts, get access to the accounts, and then you don't have to worry about any of the monthly payment. This is the best way, especially if you're starting out and you have zero projects, zero experience. Now, let me tell you why. It's because when you're doing multiple builds later, every single little thing that takes attention from building the next thing or getting more clients is another thing that you do not need. So something like dealing with payments or setting up the payments or automatic dealing with all this stuff is going to take time to set up. It's going to take attention away from getting the next project. And the reason why an agency sometimes is difficult to run is because we all run into the same problem: leads. We can't get constant leads. If we don't get constant leads, we don't have constant money. So what would generally happen, right? When you're doing these projects, or is you'll find a client or two, you'll close them, you'll get all the papers, and you'll get everything signed, and then you spent a month or three building, and in between that time, because you're really busy with the building part, you now have no clients. And you have no money for the next month. So yes, you had like let's say like 6K a month for let's say January, but then you took 2 or 3 months to build stuff, and in between you had no time to do stuff because you were worrying about these like little payment bills, or you had extra things coming up, or the building of the projects took a while to do. Like there's lots of little variables, and the way to get around it to kind of offload all the energy that you'll be spending on the little things, and trust me, all the little things add up quite a lot. Trust me, this is the best way to do it, especially if you're starting out. If you have any doubts about what I'm saying, I've done this with this many people here, and they all use the same model and it works for them. No one's complaining about it ever, except for the ones who have already like 5 to 10 projects and they're trying, I think, about scaling. But as I said, when you're starting out, so you're going to jump on a call with them. You're going to help them create all the accounts. After this, you then go into dev mode. The developmental stage will occur based off the scope that we've created. My beautiful writing. Now, the scope is going to be based on what kind of problem you'll be solving for them. So this is very open, and we're going to be talking about that later on. Once you've finished everything that you need to in the scope and you've done, and this could be like 200 tests or more to make sure this thing works, then you are going to give them over the agent to test for themselves. Now, I highly recommend at any one point, do not give the project to test while you're building out the project. This is going to set you back so much time. Now, it's also better if they don't even know or don't even remember on how to log back into Eleven Labs. It's so much better if the client doesn't have access to any of the stuff that you're doing. It makes that so much smoother, because once they do, they're going to get in there and nitpick every single little thing that happens. Now, that means like 20 changes a day of things. Trust me, I've been there. You don't want to do it. Once you finish all your testing, you finish all the scope, you are happy with it personally, that's when you give it to your client to then test the build. And you give them a certain amount of time frame for testing. So let's say 3 days. Once they finish with the 3 days, they give you feedback. And once they give you the feedback, that's when you go and fix the stuff up. And then you try and push them to try and get this out live. Once it goes live, you are still there to help it fix up any tweaks, edge cases for the next 2 weeks. So that's what is included in this. So I'm going to say C test, like client tests. And then we are going to then go into, we're going to put it live. And we're going to have like a 2-week maintenance on that initial part when it goes out live. And after this, our work is done. By then, this build will be production ready and working for you full time with no issues. And if there are any issues, we charge on hourly, but we pride ourselves on our work and the work, and it will work after this whole period of work that we've done on it. So that's this general pricing strategy. Yeah, this is probably the most asked question. How much do I charge my stuff for? There isn't a fixed price. Voice AI is not a commodity at the moment. There are no fixed prices for this stuff. So if you see anyone selling this stuff, and if you're a business owner watching this, and you see people selling these things for like $200, please run away. They are not pricing this stuff. This takes a lot of time and experience to set up properly. For $200, you are not going to get a good build, and you're going to end up contacting someone like us for my voice agency, and it's happened multiple times where we've had people who were burnt from other agencies who had no idea what they were doing, charging low rates. I then looked at the build. I had to spend like an hour or two trying to figure out whether I was going to rebuild it. Sometimes I take one glance at it now and I go, no, we're just going to scrap the full thing and rebuild it from scratch. But that's what usually happens. You guys should not be charging $200 for this if you're an agency owner. This is really, really low stuff. This is something not even a chatbot. I think a chatbot like on VoiceFlow would go not more, even more than $200. That just means you don't know how to price stuff and you don't know how to frame it as an ROI for them and the value that you're providing them. So the cost is based off the value that you're providing to the business. So how much you're helping them with things, plus the ROI, so return on investment that you're giving them. So let's say they're going to put in 5K, but they're saving 50K because now they don't have to have the second person to be employed. They can be now doing some type of other job in the business, or maybe not even doing that job at all. So the ROI is highly dependent on what the build is. Now I've got a few examples on Yanis's on my channel where I talked about on these builds and how they go. But for one of the builds that we did, just so I can give you an idea, just so you have an example, right? Is we're providing them value. So let's say the value is that we are helping them outreach to 20,000 candidates who have applied for jobs. 20,000 people. Now, for someone to do that manually, like one person, it would take him about 550 days, and 550 days, that's like almost 2 years, and you have to pay them like, let's say, at least 60K a year. So 120K, let's just say that. And no one's actually going to sit there for 8 to 10 hours a day calling people all the time. So that's not going to happen. This is where voice AI comes in. This is where the value that we are providing. We are going to do the impossible. We're going to contact you 20,000 candidates for you and check whether they actually want to finish the screening process, which includes checking, telling them that they didn't get the job that they applied for, but we are still interested in keeping them on for other jobs. And then we ask them a set of like 1 to 5 questions, and then we give them a whole analysis or dashboard with the results. That's the value we're providing. The return on investment is that we are going to charge you guys. I think our initial build that we did for this did this for was 24K upfront. We should have charged way more, but I'm talking about one of our first builds, right? It was 24K, and the reason was because we are contacting 20,000 people, and we somewhat knew that they could be getting a good ROI on this, because when a person gets a job in that company after going through the process, the headhunter or the person or the interviewer gets 10% of the job's salary for the year. So let's say this was like a software company. So the average annual salary was 130K. So 10% of that is 13K. Now we thought out of the 20,000, we might get 2 people jobs. So we just said, okay, let's do 24K. And that's actually the value plus the ROI. That's how we calculated it. Now in this, we did think about the complexity as well. So ROI plus complexity. So the harder the build is, the more you should charge as well. So if your client wants like lots of connections and it's pretty difficult to set up, I would highly recommend doing something that respects your time. So if you're going to spend the next 6 months building because you're hooking up to a custom CRM, but CRM is a customer relation management. It's where the client will hold all the people, all the leads that they have, all the like patients that they work with in a database. And this is how you're also going to charge. You could the ROI. I'm jumping between things, but I'm kind of freeballing this, right? So ROI is also based on the how much money you save them. So here I was talking about how much money you made, but how much money you save them as well. So in this case, in this particular case, after the results, we actually know that we made them 750K. It's a big amount of money. For 24K, we made them 750K. Anyway, so after this, if I knew this was a number, I would do 20% of this. So if we charged someone 150K for this build and we knew that they were going to get 750K out of it, I'd say that's a no-brainer for them to set something like this up. And this is completely ROI based, value based, and complexity based. So if you think it's going to be 150K, but it's based off of this, you can add in another 50K because it's a complex system. Let's say it's like a HIPAA build, you would charge a lot more. So we've talked about this. And what about the cost of running the business? So for yourself, honestly, you could all do this for free. The Google Workspace is probably the only thing I would recommend investing into, which is, as you guys saw, like $25 or $30 a month. Because with that, you get your Gmail, you get your Firefly setup, you get your Gemini models, you get Nano Bananas, you can create thumbnails, you can create posts, you can do lots of stuff with that. So it can be for free. You don't need it, but it can be all for free. But I would, at the minimum, do the $30 per month Google Workspace when you're doing testing for your client, which is another thing we don't think about. Because this, let's say you're doing 200 calls. I've done some testing where my testing alone cost me $150 because I've done a lot. Now, there are some ways where you can cut the cost down by a lot when you're doing these, and it won't cost you $150 like it did for me. But I think at the bare minimum, you should expect to be paying anywhere between $20 to $60 for testing the voice with your agents before you deploy it. Now, this is also going to be obviously included in your whatever payment you give them, whatever price you give them, whether it's going to be 24K or 1K, it doesn't matter. So yeah, with GDPR and HIPAA, these are very, very broad topics, and I'm gonna like kind of just go over them real quick, and I'll give you my 2 cents on whether you should actually continue with them or not. Right, so GDPR. If you are working in Europe, you should have something in place that respects GDPR laws. So at the very least, you should have a first message that says you're being recorded. This is digital assistant. And in the prompt, you should have an opt-out message. So if someone says delete my data or says don't call me, you have that in there and you never call them, or they don't have the ability to call you, and you delete everything from your database. Most of the models that you do should be hosted on EU servers. So if you pick something like NA10, should be self-hosted on Railway, which then should be hosted in the EU. If you're using a RAG setup, you're using something like Quadrant out of the box, I think is actually German. Then you have that set up on there. For the provider, I would probably go with then Telnix. If you guys want a full setup, they have their own models hosted in the EU, and you can set up a few options in there where the data is located completely in the European region. So you guys should look into Telnix. It's a phone provider that also has voice AI agents in it. But honestly, if I was you, I would not worry. I would focus on builds and people that do not care about GDPR or they don't mention it at all, and focus on builds that are easier, especially if you're starting out. You're looking for quick, easy wins. Okay, HIPAA. Again, same concept. You want quick, easy wins. HIPAA is not easy. We do have a course in our elite program where I do go over a VAPI plus AWS setup, and this one we have used with a HIPAA compliant build that we did. It is a very complex build though, and this is why we charge like 60K for this build. So when you're doing HIPAA builds, you got to be very careful with this, but I highly don't recommend going into dentistry or med spas or whatever you guys are thinking of, especially when you're starting out. Later on, if you do want to get into these and you've got some like project experience, like handling all this, building out an actual project, then you could potentially start looking into it and becoming an expert in that field. That's fine as well. Before I get into niche picking, I do actually want to go a little bit into the general pricing strat as well. There's another one in here where you can do another route, and that's free plus testimonial. My writing here is beautiful. So free plus testimonial means when you're starting out, you don't have any experience, you don't know anyone, and you don't know what you're doing. So what you're technically telling them is that, hey, I'm going to work really hard. You're going to be the only thing I care about, but um, and for this, all I really want in return, if you think my service was good and this works well, is I just want a testimonial in return for my hard work. They'll say great or not great, and then if they don't like that, then you just move on. But that's also another option. Now, to give you guys some idea, my first ever build was $400. So my first ever, it was actually a chatbot. It went for $400. That was my first ever AI money. My second build was for $1,000. My third one was for 1.2, and they kind of range between like the 1,000 to like 3,000 mark for a few months. So yeah, up until the point where I learned on how to actually price my stuff and sell things better based off how much value and ROI and complexity we are working with. Okay, niche picking. Probably the most asked questions we get. What niche do I pick? Which one is the best niche? And it seems to me like most people need to pick this because if they don't, they're going to die. And it's not that dramatic. I'm going to give you a simple answer. Do not care about the niche because the next thing I'm going to show you, you're not even going to need a niche. Now, notice that our website that we made is also very general. I didn't have it for plumbers or something like that. It was very niche. So at the beginning, don't pick a niche, don't marry one. No need, because we are going to be doing a specific outreach method that doesn't need niching down. But let's say you can't through your mindset because someone told you you need a niche and you can't do anything else before you choose this. Just pick one that you have experience in, or maybe you know someone that has experience in a specific niche. So let's say, for example, my uncle works as a painter and he knows lots of tradies. Tradies are like electricians, plumbers, etc. And then I think my best bet would be to go with the niche that I have some connection to. So for example, I would then go into plumbing and just go with plumbing and just do that for a few weeks. If it doesn't work out, move on, swap. Niches are not to be married. They are just to be tested, trialed, and then if it doesn't work out, just move on to the next one. Now, when I say move on, don't just move on because you tried for 2 weeks, you literally messaged like 10 people, and it didn't work out. That's not an excuse. You need to do like thousands of outreaches. I mean, like 3,000 cold calls, 10,000 cold emails before you can validate whether the niche actually wants your thing or not. And then you blame the niche because it wasn't working. It's most likely the messaging, the targeting, and what your offer is. That's most likely the issue. But anyway, TLDR, skip the niche for now because we are going to be doing this thing right here, which is warm outreach. And this is the most powerful and quickest way to get leads. We had a few of my students, like the one that I had in the pictures when we started out. His client, he got in the first 3 weeks by doing warm outreach. He did 30 outreaches. He did 5 discovery calls. And from these, he got 2 clients in his first 3 weeks. And this is all using this ACA framework. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be going into it too much in this session, but ACA is basically is acknowledge. Then the next one is compliment. And the one after that is ask. So, and how this is going to work is, and this is based off Alex Hormozy, by the way. So if you don't know him, he's an absolute god at this stuff. What you're going to be doing is using the ACO framework to contact your warm leads. Now, who is a warm lead and who classifies as a warm lead? Very good questions. So it's anyone that knows you. So many people get this wrong. They are not business owners. They don't have to be a business owner. It is anyone that you know. So as an example, let's pretend that I know Fred. And me and Fred meet up at the pub every couple months for a beer. Now, Fred is not a business owner. He works at a paper factory. Does it mean that I'm not going to outreach to him? No. Because he is a warm contact, I can now outreach to him. Now, how are you going to outreach to Fred? Say, hey man, you say acknowledge. Hey man, how's your day going? I'm pretty sure working at the paper factory is pretty hard, right? I don't know how you're doing it, but you're doing such a great job. Compliment. You say, so how'd your day go? Ask. And you're going to repeat that process up until the point where Fred asks you a question. And the question is, oh, so what are you doing? How are you going? What have you been up to? And at this point, this is where you go, here's my website. Here's my demo. Can you click on it and just let me know whether you think this would be good for anyone that you know? Can you basically refer me to anyone that might have use of this new thing that I've been working with called Voice AI? And the mindset is that you're not selling anything, you're not pitching anything. There's no pitching. You are just outreaching to them and you're asking for referrals. So let me just reemphasize this: warm outreach. Anyone that you know, anyone that knows you personally is to be contacted. Now, if you contact them and they do not know you or they won't remember you, then they are considered to be cold and I wouldn't outreach them at the moment. If you think they do not remember you, they are then considered cold and I wouldn't outreach to them straight away. You want to outreach to people who know you and have maybe added you on Instagram or on Facebook and you've actually had some kind of interaction before with them. So these are all warm. Anyway, that's how my student Tyrone got his first 2 clients using that method. You literally doing this thing that I'm showing you right here. Now, for me, what I did to get my first clients is I contacted roughly 400 people on my Facebook list, and I literally followed this exact same thing. And this is why I'm teaching it, because I know it works. I contacted 400 people. Out of those 400, I got 2 people interested. Sorry, I had 10 people who are actually like referred me or were interested. And then out of those, I closed 2 people. The numbers are way different than Tyrone's, for example, because he had 30 or only 30 people with 5 and closed 2. I had to do 400. I gotta say, I think I must have just really sucked at my outreach, honestly. So all my leads went that warm. I did this back in really early when I had no idea what I was doing. But anyway, now that you guys know this outreach method, then that's what you are going to use. And this means you do not have to spend any money on anything at all. You just outreach to people that are already on your phone list, on your Facebook list, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, your Reddit, whatever. You just contact people that already know you. Hopefully I got that point across and you guys understand this now. All right, so this was level 2. Now that you have your demo, you have everything set up, you can actually start to do your outreach. Now, with your warm outreach, if you are worried about doing the warm outreach because you don't know, because you think you don't know enough about voice AI, that's completely fine. What I would do next is just watch the next part of this course where we're going to be talking about setting all these things up, like how to set everything up. And we're also going to talk about what to do on a discovery call, what a scope is, when stuff is ready, and sort of about the handover. And I think things will start to become a lot more clearer as we go through this journey together. All right, guys, level 3, we're going to be looking at JSON and what is JSON. And I think to show you guys what JSON is, we're actually going to jump into a called JSON Editor Online. So you just grab you can just literally type this into your search bar, JSON Editor Online, and just get to the same part that I am in. And just while I'm here, I'm actually going to explain to you what it is. So JSON stands for JavaScript. So JavaScript Object Notation. Now, JavaScript object notation is actually how all the devices or most of the devices that we use communicate. So we have, when we make requests between different servers, so let's say our calendar is talking with our email, or Vappy or 11 Labs is talking with another provider like our calendar, then it will send the information over in JavaScript object notation. So I might actually just show you how it looks like in 11 Labs before we get into it. Let's jump in and we go tools. When we click on this and we click on edit as JSON, you guys see that? This is actually JavaScript object notation. So in here we have this. I'm actually going to copy this just so I can use it for the sake of the example. Can I make this bigger? So JavaScript works like this. And I'm actually get rid of some stuff because there's a lot of JavaScript is separated into rows. So we have the first row, and the first row is usually created by this curly bracket. And this curly bracket, if you notice, they're both highlighted now. This creates an object. Now that's got a JSON object. So this whole thing, every single row. So let's say row number 2 has a pair, and these pairs are called key value pairs. Now, key value pairs are basically, they look like this. We have the key, which is the first thing you see in the quotes. So in this case, the word type is a key, and this is the value of that. So for example, we could have system. So just so it makes a little bit more sense here. So let's say we have a name, and that will be the key of that name, and then the value of that key is Henrik. So in this case, that's that one. I'm going to delete that. Now, this row, once I've written it as a key value pair, it has a comma after it. And if I delete that comma, I get an error. Have a look. If I put the comma on that, it looks like this. So in basics, we have this as a key value pair, and in here, we have another thing called a string. So we have a few different types of data that we can have for JSON. And these include strings, which are things that are included within quotation marks. So for example, like my name, that's now a string. We have booleans or bool. And this is purely true or false with no quotation marks around it. We have integers, which are just numbers, so something like this, with no quotation. Then we have, what else can we have? I think, actually, I said integers, but I think this is more number. Then we have null. And this just represents empty value, so like nothing. Then we have objects. And I mentioned an object is a thing within a curly brace with most likely something like this. And this is an object. We also have a thing called an array. An array is a list of items. An array is represented by, and you can spot an array when it has these square brackets. So for example, we can have like a list of names within an array separated by commas. So for example, Henrik, Bob, Dylan, right? And that's all like a list of items within this. And that's pretty much all the different types of data that you can have in a JSON string or in a JSON object. So in here, you guys should now be able to spot which one is which. So for example, this one here is a string. It's got quotation marks. Response timeout in seconds. This is the number / integer. This is the Boolean, and I think I need to change that to non-capital. There you go. Assignments, this is actually an array. So an assignment could be like a job it has to do. So like clean pool, take out rubbish. Obviously, it's not the same idea because we just grab it from the Lab Labs, but you get the concept. Tool call sound, null. So there's nothing there. We are leaving this completely empty. Tool call sound behavior. This is also some kind of setting that I have within there. And parameters, this is actually a nested object that has, a nested means it has another object within an object. And here we actually have the array within the setup. So if I were to create this completely from scratch, let's do something simple. Let's create an object, and in here we're going to put my name. And you guys just follow along with me, please. We're going to have Henrik. I'm going to say age, and then we're going to type in 34. We're going to say country. I'm going to say Australia. And this is a string, right? Because it's just text. I'm going to say favorite movies. And I like using I like using this thing called camel writing when I'm doing this. So like our first word is non-caps and the second word is capital. Favorite movies, and I'm gonna have this as an array. So I'm gonna have in here array 2 matrix, and then we'll have let's say iRobot, etc. Then we'll put a little comma. What did I stuff up? Okay. And my phone number, what we can do it as is a string because you can put the plus in here. And what else can we have? I think I'm going to have it as is. Now, when I have these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows here, now the reason why it's coming up with an error is because of this little comma. If I delete it, it now doesn't have an issue. So another rule for JSON is that we need to have the last thing or the last row that we see, the last key value pair or array or object, is that we don't have the comma on it. So if we put that on, it doesn't work. So this is how we can now work with JSON, and that's how JSON looks like. And hopefully now you guys have a bit of an inkling. And I'd like you to try and literally copy what I did by hand without using AI to do exactly what I did here. I'm gonna copy that, put it in. So we have an example right here on how that. Cool. So hopefully I've told you more than enough to get started with JSON. And if you were even a beginner to JSON, you've never seen it, you can more or less follow that structure. And FYI, it is quotation mark for the key, the value within the 2 quotation marks separated by the semicolon, and then you do your value, which will either be a string, boolean, or whatever that like type of data that we have. Followed by a comma, unless it's the last row before our object gets closed. Okay, our next one, which is prompting. This is a really big one, and this is actually why I didn't touch the writing a prompt within our Level Labs before, because I did want to do this right here. So with prompting, we'll be talking about why prompting is important. So as voice AI experts, we are people who are conversational artists. Our main job will be prompting. Without the prompt, the voice AI does not work. You can have a really nice backend. You can have like deterministic workflows, which just means everything works without any kind of AI agents. And just usually just pretty much like 1 + 1 = 2 type workflows in the backend. But if your prompt isn't good, then it doesn't matter how good your backend is, the whole thing will be screwed. So our prompt is our main central hub of that controls everything that we build around it. If this doesn't work, everything else falls apart. So what I want to probably mention is the kind of the main structure that I use for my prompts. And I'm just going to jump into a program I like called Stack Edit. We have a few capabilities here, and I'm just going to type in, I'm just going to show you guys a few things. Now notice that H1 is heading 1 are like bigger than H2, and H2 is smaller than H2, and H4 is smaller than H3. What this means is for voice AI agents is that when we use this setup, and this is called markdown formatting, we can actually create subsections or logic trees within our prompts using this concept. Also within this, I would highly recommend when we're prompting is using bullet points or nice structures for stuff. So like instead of having really long sentences, we have very short, concise sentences or explanations of what it should do. We should also, if you have one heading here and you have some explanation, then we should have a space, and then we should have our next heading and then our next explanation right underneath it. So our setup should look like this, and that's probably the cleanest way to see it. Now, why do we even bother writing it like this? It's because OpenAI and Claude, or Anthropic rather, they actually use markdown formatting in their own prompts. The other reason why we want to write prompts this way is because it helps us to see the prompt a lot better as if it wasn't put in this format. So imagine a big blob of text. So imagine you just seen this whole page is covered in like 800 words without any formatting. You yourself wouldn't read it. But when you see it nicely structured like this, it's easier for you to see. If it's easier for you to see, it's also easier for the LLM to see. Now, also when you're prompting, another thing that's come up to my mind is there's a thing called lost in, and what this means is that anything anything at the front of the prompt and end of the prompt is listened to the most. FYI, if you're just not like starting out and not sure what it is, a prompt basically is a set of instructions on how we can tell the AI to behave and respond in a specific context or situation that we've put it into. So we are just literally given instructions on how. Here, I'm just telling you how we should structure it, and in a sec, we'll actually create a prompt in our 11 labs. Now, what happens when you have a really big prompt and you have lots of instructions? The stuff at the end and at the front gets listened to the most, and anything in the middle is not going to be to listen to as much. So if you want the prompt to behave the best that it can, put anything that you think is really, really important at the front and at the end. Okay, now we got that out of the way. We are going to have 7 main sections. We are building our voice AI agents. We are going to have the role section. We are going to have the context section. We're going to have the rules section. We are going to have the conversational flow section. We're going to have the tone and style section. We're going to have the example section. And then we're going to have the notes section. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. Now in the role, this is where you put stuff in on what the agent is and what its role in the world is. So in this particular case, our agent in here for our demo, I think I'm actually going to be starting out a prompt just for us, right? So let's pretend that this is our website, and we want someone to actually speak with a voice AI agent and explain our services. So say you are Jessica, you are an expert at explaining to people what we do, and you're an expert conversationalist. Now, the why I'm doing this is because our website is going to be very general, and the people that we'll be outreaching to have no idea about VoiceAI, what it does, and how it sounds like even. So we don't even need to make this super fancy. We just need to show them that this can actually respond like a human would and with the speed that the human would. Now, 11 Labs is very quick, I think. So if you show them the website and it works, and the website works really, really quickly, we can actually get some quite quick conversations happening. So for now, I'm just going to place it more as like a conversationalist rather than anything else. And I'm going to actually also add in some basic things just to help it book a call. I'm just going to keep it really simple. Context. Again, using bullet points. You work for Henrik at, and I'm going to steal this from here from before. I'm going to plug that in. Put the current time in. And you may not hear the user perfectly always. That could be one of the rules. Conversational flow is we are going to have our initial greeting, and then in our initial greeting, it sometimes says like the name of the person. So we're going to say respond. We have a few different intent routes we can go. So let's just say the business owner route. It's going to say ask more about the business. If it's another agency owner, as if an agency is contacting us, they're usually stuck on like a workflow of some kind. And I think for now, I'm just going to leave it. Now, notice that for the conversational flow, like I'm leaving these kind of open. And then I'm just going to have other, so as like a fallback. For anyone else, just cool. Then for tone of style, we're going to have friendly, mischievous. I'm going to have it a little bit more cheeky. Feels like I think that's good enough for now. In the examples, we'll have some examples of what it can say. So maybe in the someone says something weird like back on track. So what I mean by that is if someone asks just really something really random like user, hey, so that's an example what we could do. And then notes, I'll say things like okay, tone and style. I'd actually like to use say numbers like this. Okay. I might actually have in the context, I'm going to have some services in here. So like a subsection for my services. So it'll be like custom voice AI agents, say minimum 1K. We'll have AI audits / consults, small businesses, minimum 4K or something. I'm just making these numbers up. You don't have to go with these at all, right? I'm just for okay, I think I'll just leave it there. Like for now, this isn't probably the best prompt I've ever written, but you know, I did that in like 10 minutes. It'll prompt up, plug that back, and we now have this. Okay, I'm just gonna have this nice spaces in between each main section. I like it, and it makes it easier to see what is going on. Now notice that I did not use AI to build the prompt. I literally just typed it out. Now I did this when I was starting out, obviously before, you know, any of this was out on YouTube. We already had solutions out working back in like early or like late 2023, and there was no one to tell me on how to do prompting, right? So I had to figure it out by myself, and this is just what you're seeing here, just like a bit of experience coming through. I'll click on publish and click on preview, and I might just ask it. I'm just gonna pretend I'm a business owner for like plumbing. Let me see how it goes.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, I'm a business owner. I own a plumbing company with 10 people. What can you do for me?
Okay, gotcha. So you're a plumbing company owner with 10 people. Awesome. We help businesses like yours get more leads, qualify them, and even book appointments with custom voice AI agents. Like imagine a friendly voice answering calls 24/7, asking questions, and sending qualified leads straight to your team. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, do you do any consults?
Yes. We do AI audits and consults, perfect for businesses like yours. For companies with 10 people, we do a 2 week deep dive, talking to 5 to 20 of your team members, seeing how AI can help you save time and grow. It's like a full health checkup for your business operations, but with AI. We'll show you exactly where you can use it and how. Would you like to hear more about how that works?
No, that's great. Thank you. That's awesome. I can finish up there. But
Okay. So,
definitely said too much. So let's go fix that up. Website. All right. In the rules, I'm going to tell it to talk less. It was way too talkative. Just limit your responses to 60 words or less. And I think that'll be already way better. Cool. You guys will most likely want to get in there and test this out a little bit more, change the voices and all things like that. Just for now, I think I'm going to leave it there for this prompting side of things because that's all I really wanted to talk about here, the structure. And now we've got our prompt working a lot better, I think. We can jump into it a little bit more later. Okay, with the single prompt versus a multi-prompt, and if you have been in the space for a little bit, you know that there are, in retail, there's conversational flows. You can have multi-prompt agents, or in VAPI, you can have squads. And the concept is, have been copied over to different platforms, just renamed differently. Now, every single time we did run a multi-prompt or a squad setup, we always reverted back to a single prompt. Now, the models that we have now, they have higher context windows. And what that means is they can take a lot more tokens during the conversation. So let's say it used to be, I used to use the model 4.0, GPT 4.0 for quite a long time. I found this to be the best model, most reliable for the way that I was prompting stuff. Now, this had a limit of 200K tokens, or 220 or something. Over longer periods of conversations with a longer prompt, this did not work well. So that's why we started doing the squads and the multi-prompt stuff. So then what ended up happening is I ended up calling it prompt compression techniques, and it just sounds bloody fancy, but honestly, all it is going into your prompt and changing a sentence that's like this into, instead of having it was like 20 words or 30 words here, into like 5 words. So then I'd go into another AI system and just ask it, hey, can you make this sentence like way more shorter than it is and explain it very concisely. Now, you guys, this is what you should also do in your prompts. I noticed mine's very clean. There isn't like over verbose way of explaining stuff. It's all very like nice and neat. Now, this is what you also should be doing in your voice prompts. So honestly, I don't recommend doing squads. Single prompt, I still think at the end of 2025 still is, and I think at the start of 2026 will still be the best way to go, especially that they have released better models of 4.1 than 4.0, which is like 4.1 models. We are also seeing a release of the new Claude models that are quite nice. This new Gwen models are quite good, and new Grok models are actually coming out with 2 million token like context windows, which is just insanely massive, I think. So yeah, you guys will be start seeing the ability to have prompts that are very large with complex trees within them, and you can just have them all within the one single prompt. Now, why is this good? This is good because when you have an inbound agent, let's say you have an inbound agent, right? Inbound agents do a lot of things. So they do FAQs, they do booking, they do specific edge fall cases. They might handle 6 different departments. They might have a RAG system built into it. And it has to have the ability to switch between things very fluidly and sharply and quickly without seeming like it got stuck on a snag somewhere. Now, what I mean by stuck is when you're building something like multi-prompt or squads, it's going to seem like it gets stuck in places. It's because, let's say you have you're stuck in one part of the workflow, and then all of a sudden you got to jump back somehow. But in most cases, it doesn't work smoothly because it's like stuck in one part of it. Whereas if you have one inbound, one single prompt agent, we have everything within it, then it becomes a lot easier for the AI just to use the one kind of prompt that it's working in to kind of flick back between things. It makes the conversation much better. The only probably use case I can see for something like workflows or squads is for very niche use cases where I've used it for like I had like a 10-minute outbound script that I had to set up for a person, and I actually used squads for this because the script was so long. It was about 12 pages long, and I had to split it up into multiple squad members, and each squad member would then forget the script of the previous one or the prompt of the previous one, so that I don't then destroy my context window constantly with like a really long 10-minute script getting put into the conversational flow each turn. And what I mean by each turn is each time the user asks a question, what actually happens under the hood, you get the user's question plus the prompt plus the history of everything that's happened up until this point, plus the tools put into that one response. So imagine you have like a 10-minute conversation and it's grabbing the prompt, which is 12 pages each time. Each turn, it's gonna die real quick. What I mean by die is gonna run out of limits for that conversational like snippet or that conversational the conversational instance. It's not gonna work as well. So basically what I'm saying is keep your prompts nice and clean. Don't have them too long. I have heard of some of my students using prompts that are 4,500 words long, and they said they work fine. I personally don't like that number because I think it's too big and the price of that prompt is going to be big, especially on something like retail or level labs, because you're also paying for the tokens that you're using. I would probably stick at the moment as of like early 2026, right? I would stick to somewhere between like 600 words for a prompt, which I think is a nice size, by the way. 600 for like a very nice easy use case, like an FAQ agent. You can have, and actually that's probably another thing I should talk about in this, like offers, what kind of offers you can actually do. I'll do that later as well. Anyway, so that's 600 to like 3K. But I think 3K is overkill. If you get a prompt that's 3K words, I think it's way too long, or the setup is too complex for a single prompt, and then that might actually need some splitting up with some special with some special setup there. All right, now that we've covered JSON and prompting, I might actually jump into NA10 and we'll continue with Level Labs, Airtable, and doing all this stuff in the next. I'm going to take a break and come back for it because I've been filming for about 3.5 or 4 hours now. So, alrighty, guys, so let's continue with NA10, where we are going to be talking about the how to create your account and basically how to get up and running with NA10 so we can use this as our backend. All right, so let's jump in and create the NA10 account. So in the search bar, we're just going to type in na10.io, and I'm actually going to go with the online cloud version. Now, for multiple reasons. One is that you don't have to worry about this thing called self-hosting, which means you pick another service to then for it to handle like where all the workflows and everything we're going to build gets saved. Whereas when we click on get started, and once you get here to the login, just click on start a free trial. And let's just type in our name. And then here we have start 14-day trial. So you guys don't even have to pay for anything if you're just starting out and you just want to see how it's going to look like. I'm going to go engineering. automation agency. I'm gonna go Google. I don't really care what I click here. I'm gonna go skip. And just while it's starting up, it's gonna go AFK. So it's finished up. We are gonna start automating. But anyway, we are gonna start from scratch because we actually want to know on how to build this stuff. I'm gonna click on upgrade now just so I can show you the cost of this actually. So when we select the plan, we got three choices. We can go 24 euros, 60 euros, or custom. Now for the 24 euros on the USD, I think it's also 24 USD or 20 USD a month. If I was going to pay for it, I would. I think with if you're in Europe, you pay like the extra $20 tax on top, so it would end up maybe being like 29 or something euros. But anyway, for now, we're going to completely use the free. So if you've never been in an A10 before, on the left-hand side, you got the side panel where you can swap between personal projects and every single thing that you've created. In here, we actually are worried about the start from scratch button. So we're going to click on this. And what this does is opens up a workflow. Now within a workflow, we have these things called nodes. So I think we are going to start off with the classic one, which is a start trigger manually node. And the reason why we want this is because in a workflow, we always want to start and an end. So to do this, I clicked the tab button on my keyboard, or I press this plus here, or the other way is you can actually just literally just click on plus right here. And this will bring up this trigger manually button. I'm gonna go click on that, and now we have our first node on our NA10 instance. Now to save your work in a workflow, what you can do is click on this save button at the top here. It's now orange. We can also rename our instance, and this is just, we're going to call it learning workflow. And how the UI is split up is into a few different sections. So at the top here, we can see our executions, and on a free trial, we have 1,000 free executions for the next 14 days. At the top here, we have our editor, executions, and evaluations. Now the editor is this thing that we are looking at right now, the one that I'm moving around on. Now to do that, to move around, by the way, to grab this workspace, I have a mouse, right? So I clicked on my middle mouse button and I pushed it down. That allows me to move up and down, left and right. Now to add nodes as well, another way to do is to right click and then click on add node as well. That's another way. And at the bottom and at the top here, as I mentioned, we've got the editor, which is this workspace, and the executions is actually where we have the history of every single execution happening. So let's actually do our first execution, which is to click on this button right here, or this one right here. At the moment, they are both doing the exact same thing. So we're going to click on execute workflow. Now you see this whole thing came up green with a little tick. Now this means that this node ran once because it had one item. And if we now go into the executions, we now see this execution here. It told us the date, the time, and then how fast or how long it took to run the execution. And this little like chemical lab chemistry thingy, a flask, that's the word. If this little flask picture is there, it means that it was a test execution within your workflow. So to jump back, what we do is we click on editor, and now we can do stuff within here. So what I recommend is, because we learned some JSON before, and if you guys followed along with our JSON setup, we had this in here. So we're going to copy this and actually reuse it currently into our NA10 workflow. So what I did in here is I double clicked on this, I double clicked on it, and this now opens up a new, I don't know what to call this, the new like pop-up. And on the top here, we have this edit button. We're going to click on this button, and now we can have everything in here like so. You just paste that in. Once we click on save, you'll notice that instead of just having the curly brackets, we will also have the square brackets, because NA10 does a very specific thing for us. If you guys notice, now we have these square brackets. It's because NA10 automatically wraps anything that we do in square brackets for us. And yeah, we have to then enter this actually using a specific sequence. So I'll show you guys that in a sec. But anyway, once you've pasted in your things, we're gonna now close this. And then when we run it, you will then notice a very new thing that happened. And that is that the outside of this node is now purple. Purple means it's been pinned. Pinned means it's been saved. And in most cases, why do we want to use this? Because let's say we've pulled lots of data from a database, and instead of asking the database each test, so let's say we have like 100 items, instead of pulling the data each time, we can save it or pin it to our workflow for the specific testing phase, so that we don't have to query our knowledge base every single time or every single go. You can just click on execute workflow and just reuse that information throughout the rest of the workflow, which is really, really handy. It's probably my favorite thing about NA10. And then in here, we are going to find the next node, which I use probably pretty much the most, which is called edit fields node, which is called or set. The screen is split up into 3 different parts: the left-hand side, the middle, and then the right. The left-hand side is all the data that gets input from the left-hand side. So you guys can see, I can actually flick back to my previous node by clicking on the little icons on the left and right here and show you. And this is the middle part that helps us modify, change, or add stuff to the results from the input. And in here, we can see the output once it's been modified by this middle section. So let's, for example, say we want to map, which means to map a variable or the value of a variable to a different one. So let's say now we have name and the variable is this. And notice that here we have very specific way of writing things. So here we have $JSON dot name. Now, what's actually happening here when we edited? Remember when I said it had the little square brackets around this? What it actually does is it wraps our whatever we have here in something that looks like this. So I'm just going to show you guys. Then we have JSON. So what it does is it actually formats our thing within the JSON object, and then this would then technically in 810 look like this. But the reason why we need to each time put this JSON in is because NA10 automatically wraps in something that looks like this. So let me just delete it so we can see it a bit clearer. So it's like this normally, right? That's our JSON normally. And then with the NA10 version, it's like this, where NA10 doesn't show this part here at all. It only shows this part. What that means is if we come into here and we, let's say, want to change the name to, we want to grab, not instead of the name, we want to grab the age, we can literally just type in age and we can see that. If you want to then go into our favorite movies, we can go into this, then we can go square bracket 0, and this will give us the first movie within that array. Because arrays always start off with an index of 0, so we start counting from 0. So instead of this road to El Dorado being movie number 1, it's now 0, and it starts from 0, 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. So now here, let's say I want my phone number, just click on that, and now we get the result right in here. So let's say we now want to put the name in. Let's now say we want to map the phone number, the phone numbers that come through, you can just drag and drop them like so. Now the age comes through as a number. As we can see, we also have the drop down where we have the string, number, boolean, array, and object. Next one is binary data, but we won't be using that one right now. But this is where you get information from an image or a document. For the age, we want to select number. So now when we execute this workflow, we'll now see three things come out: their name, their phone number, and then age. And that's the output. So far what we've done is created the account. You are basically creating nodes, webhooks, and in response to webhooks, we are now going to do that. Because setting up the webhooks is one of the most important things to do. So this node here was like the beginner entry node, the trigger manually, but the one we want now is the webhook. Now, what a webhook does is it sets up gives the ability for 11 Labs to send over information to our NA10 using this URL that we provided. This URL sort of acts like an address. And we want to click on production URL and then assign that address from here, from 11 Labs into NA10. And might actually make more sense if I just do it. So let's just set it up right now. So we're just going to go back to 11 Labs, click on Add Tool, click on Webhook, and here call it just a test. I'm going to name it something silly. So use this tool when the user says unicorn. And this will just activate this tool when we say this word. We want to change it to post, and we want to match this to whatever we have in a webhook. So pretty much just always have it as post. See this URL? That's where the production URL from an A10 goes. Now we copy it and we see that it's copied, and we can now jump back into 11 Labs and we can paste that in. And this is where this information from this tool is going to get sent to here. And yeah, just make sure that everything is set to post. And the response you have to select using response webhook node. And then we have to create a new node, and we're going to type in webhook and then select respond to webhook. In the respond with section, we're going to click on the drop down and then jump down to text. And in here, we're just going to type in something silly. The weather said that the unicorn is currently on the rainbow. So that's what now 11 Labs will receive from our NA10 scenario when we use this tool with our voice AI agent. And then we want to scroll down until we find body parameters. And this is what we now tell in this section, what we and yeah, we now just select the user's question, and the description was the user's question as well. So it'll be executed when we say the word unicorn. That's like our secret thing. It'll send information through into there. And the question it'll send through most likely will be just the word unicorn to NA10. We're going to click on publish. And we are leaving the prompt completely empty for now because the tool should be enough to make it work. I'm going to jump back into here, make sure we've clicked on publish. You know it's published because it has like this little green tick there. Now, what that means is that this scenario is now live. So this webhook can now take information without us having to click this like orange button all the time. I'm just going to do a quick test call.
Digital assistant, you're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Yo, what's happening? Here's my secret word called unicorn.
The unicorn's galloping on a rainbow. But let's get back to what you need. Want to book a call with Henrik? Just click.
Yeah, so that happened. So that happens very quickly. That's all call. We have now the execution in here. It is not the test execution anymore. So that was actually executed by our AI agent. And if you notice, our AI agent specifically actually said the word unicorn. And I'll check out and how this execution looks like is we copy that, press that copy to editor button. And now we can actually see what came through from 11 Labs. So that stuff will now be visible on the right-hand side here. Click on schema, just looks better. And collapse the headers. And now we can see the query or the parameter that we collected from 11 Labs, which was the user's question, which in this case was just the word unicorn. Now, so this is how we can transfer information from your AI agent to your NA10. And this is by we can grab stuff from NA10 to 11 Labs. So we could do like bookings, CRMs, or whatever. This is a very powerful skill. So just to summarize what we did, we have to create a webhook, set it to production, set it to post, and then respond to a webhook node. And then we have to have in the respond to webhook node, we just select respond with text and then have a response body in there. And this is what then gets sent back to 11 Labs. Pretty much it tells the AI agent what to say, this thing. So yeah, that's roughly the context of tools and NA10 and how to connect them up. Next up, we have HTTP nodes. Probably one of the most used things by me. So HTTP requests on that. And it allows us to do multiple things. Here's, for example, a URL that we can put in our HTTP request where we can query an API endpoint that give us a joke about cats. Now, when we click on execute step, our response on the right-hand side will actually give us the error. So why are cats so good at video games? They have 9 lives. Okay, let's try another one. Schrodinger's cat walks into a bar and doesn't. Nice one. Which is faster, hot or cold? Hot because you can catch a cold. That's actually a good one. Cool. What this lets me do is pretty much do the same thing as if I was going to put the URL in my search bar and then press enter. It literally gives me a response as well here. So it also gives me the exact same thing as in my search bar, except now I'm seeing it in here. So the beauty of this is that we can use HTTP nodes to query other servers or other endpoints for extra information. So let's say, just for the sake of it, my the website of my client is Canada Plumbing Services. So we click on this one, we literally put their website into it, and then we execute, and then we get this whole really big amount of HTML. Have to get information out of it. There's like other ways to get around it, but as you guys can see, we can use HTTP requests to get specific information from other websites or other endpoints that we can have. Let's say I use start, edit node, webhooks, HTTP nodes, and the next one I use is either one of these. So I use an if node. I'm going to put them out here. Use a switch node. Or I use a filter node. And these three I use depending on kind of the situation. So for example, if I were to hook up the if node to our initial setup here, where you had your name, your age, etc. Let's say you wanted to only filter through when the name is equal to Henrik. And if it's not, then you would have it as false. So his name Henrik. Oops, I spelled my name wrong. Then when I click on execute workflow here, it went the true route because my name is indeed Henrik. But what if I then changed this in here? Instead of Henrik, it was now Fred. But now it went false because it is not Henrik anymore. So I like using the if node because I can direct things basically if it's false or true. So it's like, a 0 or a 1. I like the switch node if I have multiple things I have to do. So for example, if I have to map depending on menu results. For example, if the name is Fred, then I wanted to go the Fred route. If the name is Henrik, then I wanted to do another thing. And if the name is Jessica, then I wanted to go another way. So now I can have three different things happening off the end of this switch node depending on what I want it, depending on what input I have. So for example, right now it's set to Fred. So it should now go the top branch right here. And click on execute workflow, it will go now to Fred. If I now set this to Jessica, and execute, it will now go the bottom route because that's the Jessica route. Now, similar thing with filter. This does what it says. So it filters out anything that is not the thing that you want. So for example, if we're going to filter by the name and we only want Jessica in here. Now, if it is Jessica, it's going to let it through. If it's not Jessica, it's not going to let it through. So for example, if I were to change this now to Bob, then when I execute this, it's not going to through. So you guys see how there's no item in here anymore. It's empty. But now the data that's coming through here is completely empty. So that's the three probably different ways to control which way your data goes, and depending on what use case you want to do. Trying to think of what else I use quite a lot. I do use the code node quite a lot, honestly, because NA10 is really great for this. So if you have a really complex thing and you want to do really complex stuff within your scenario, but you can't be bothered working it out, you literally take a screenshot of this, you throw it to something like Claude, and you tell it, hey, can you write me code to do this XYZ? The input is on the left, the output want this to happen, and then literally just give you the code for it. Pretty damn amazing. Probably the next one that is used quite a lot is the AI agent node. That allows us to have a text-based agent within our NA10 scenario. So within our chat model, if we scroll down to, for example, Gemini, I think we have some free credentials. Or not? Maybe the OpenAI one. Okay, we get some free credits here. Just click on free credits. Just want to show you guys. And then the memory, this what allows our AI agent to actually remember the past few conversation histories that we have, and then tools. So to make this AI agent work, what we need is just like a trigger of some kind. So if we type in chat, we type in chat trigger, drag it over here, we can connect them. Now what that allows us to do when we click on open chat, it actually allows us to speak with our AI agent. And then when I say my name is Henrik, and when I ask it what my name is, it will now remember it because it has the memory set up in it. So we just ask it, what's my name again? Then if we remove this, we disconnect the memory node, and now if I ask it, what is my name again, it will actually say it doesn't know, as you can see. It said that there. So that is cool as. So that's pretty much the things that I use the most when I use N810. And I just wanted to show you here the bare basics of what you needed to know to get going. So we've done the most commonly used nodes. At the same time, we also went through the best practices for creating tools. And when we created the tool, the description has to be very short. So I think people write like books and books of information into here. And the only things you need to have in here is to have it when to use the tool and then maybe what the tool is used for. So the LLM has to just know when to execute this tool. That's what this description is. This description doesn't do anything else. It doesn't collect info or anything. The stuff that collects the info is the body parameters. So this is where you tell the LLM what to collect. Now let's look into, I wanted to dive deeper into 11 Labs and actually look at the RAG system. So RAG, by the way, stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. And retrieval is because we have this AI agent. And at the moment, the only information it has is whatever is within its training capacity and within its prompt. So anything outside of this, it does not know. If we want to give it more knowledge or company documents or whatever, we have to go into this knowledge base area. And to add information to it, there are a few ways. You can literally add a URL, or we can add files, or we can create a text. For now, I'm just going to create a text, and I'm just going to call it extra info. So that's the only info I'm going to put into my database. I'm going to now click on create text. Now, when do you actually want to use this at all? Honestly, with the models that we have available right now and that they have such like big context window, especially if you're going to use Gemini 2.0 flat, not as a fallback, but as an actual LLM, you can put anywhere between like 15 to 20 FAQs directly into the prompt itself. Because then it doesn't make sense to use the RAG because this actually gets used every single turn anyway. So this AI agent will query this on the back each conversational turn. So this is only worthwhile putting in here if your documents are going to be more than like 30 FAQs. So if you're going to have anything more than like a couple pages, you can also click on this button and enable RAG. This allows us to have a few different settings that we can use. The character limit is somewhere like 400 with a chunk limit of maybe 5, 3. And then the vector distance. So this is the Coastal Similarity Score. I like having it to about between 0.3 and 0.4. I'm going to show you guys my actual video that I have on my YouTube that you can watch to fully understand RAG and what chunks are and all this stuff. And this is this video right here. So it's called What the F is RAG? And it's a 28-minute video that goes through the complete basics so you guys can actually understand what any of this stuff is. And I think that'll be nice because then you actually understand what it is and why it works, and you actually become an expert instead of just like clicking random buttons. So yeah, I like knowing this stuff because it gives me the why. And, I just gonna click on publish, and we actually got a really cool thing pop-up come up where we should disable RAG because it's way too small. So yeah, we're just gonna click on actually disable RAG and get rid of it. That's really good. They said that. So now in the AI agent, that's where we can just put in that like small amount of knowledge base. But for now, just for this to show you guys how this is going to work, it should now extract the $400 and the 2K a week type thing. Just going to do a quick test so we can trial and I'll show you guys that it's going to work.
Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, do you guys do any N8N automation?
Yes. We do N8N email automation for $400 in 2 days, or content generation for $2,000 in a week. Want to see how we can help your...
Nice. It's pretty cool. So what I'm showing here is like the idea behind it, right? So I put information into this section. I was able to retrieve it from here. But yeah, I would recommend if it's like a smaller one, just literally throwing it into your prompt. And we can just clean it up slightly. And now it knows everything that it should just by having that in there. It doesn't need to query the knowledge base each go. Yeah. All right. So now we've looked at the RAG systems. We created the tool with like, we didn't do the time thing, but we did it with the unicorn. So it's the same concept, right? You would just put that, but because in here in 11 Labs, we actually have the system time, it should also tell us the time. We can test it quickly using the chat right here. So what is the current time? It actually tells us that as well. I want to show you the inbound webhook concept for dynamic variables, but I think I might skip it for now. And I'm actually considering not doing it at all right now because it might take too long to set up in this video, but we will then focus on the end of call report because I think that's something you would use a lot more. And talking about end of call reports, we have all this analysis stuff in here, right? So to extract the information from 11 Labs and putting it into here, I recommend creating a new workflow. We're just going to call it email notification. So we're just going to type in webhook, click on that, set it to production, set it to post, and we do not need to enable the respond to webhook because the end of call report, I'm not going to be having anything being sent back to 11 Labs. 11 Labs is just sending the response to us. We just set it to published, and we just copy this URL and we jump back to 11 Labs. We go to security, and in security we have create a webhook. We call this end of call report or email, and then we just chuck that through. We can skip this part. We don't need the webhook secret. It will still work for us. And then we can send through the transcript, the audio and the call initiation failures, but for now we just focus on the transcript. And we just make sure it's published and we're able to see the execution comes through into that. And now when we do a test, we'll see that coming through. Now, for some reason, my 11 Labs is stuffing up here. So I'm just going to do a quick test on my website, but it still came through. I'm just going to copy to editor and we can click into it. And we can now collapse the headers, and then you can see the agent ID, which was this thing right here. And now what we can do is see the conversation from here. And the transcript comes through as an array, so we can see each tone of the conversation.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, what's happening? Can you just tell me the current time, please?
It's Monday, the 22nd of December, 2025.
I'm gonna hang up. So I'm just gonna hang up, and that should now come through. It's gonna have to retry again because the Labs wasn't working properly. Just copy to editor again, click onto here, collapse the headers, and now we should be able to see the transcript. And yeah, we can now see the Monday whatever, and then we can just see the transcripts coming through. So the transcript's not coming through very nice. So we actually got to try and clean that up. And I'd love to have it in a format where we have it like user AI type thing. So I'm going to show you guys on what I do to fix this. So we're just going to go into Google Gemini, click on yes. And before it wasn't working for me, so now I'm just checking whether it's actually working. So the trick is we want to use a code node and to help us clean up the transcript. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to Control A, Control C, this whole thing, paste it into this and just explain it. This is the input. I just use the little backticks at the front and the back of it and write me an NA10 JavaScript code that will extract the code and output the transcript in this format with the user AI setup. It'll just do its thing, and then it'll just give us the code, which then we can just paste into here. Like we don't even have to know on how to code. It's just going to do it. And there we go. We just copy that and we just paste that in. And then we just execute that. And then when we click onto it, we can now see this coming through very nicely. It's super nice. And yeah. This is what we are then going to be seeing. So it's got the little /n, and that would be the new line that's going to be coming through into our email node, which will be Gmail. And then we want to select send a message. We have to create a new credential. And then we select the sign in with Google button, and then we get a bunch of pop-ups. Select all, continue. Our connection is successful. Isn't that nice? So now when we say send from my, send it from my like main email to my trashy email, let's say test, let's say transcript. And now as I taught you guys, we can now map the results from the previous node in here by pressing on this button right here, which says expression. And what that allows us to do is to now go like this. And now we can send the transcript from the phone call to our email. I'll do that. And now in our email, we should now see. Okay, it's already in a spam. That's not report not spam. Yep. Okay. So hey, I'm Jessica. I'm a digital assistant. Oh, cool. This is something that now gets sent to us. Now in here, I'm going to add option and just say append NA10 attribution. Just turn that off so we don't see the NA10 like little signing logo come through. So like that will then get rid of this. Cool. So when we now finish our phone call, we should now see the transcript come through into our email. So let's open up our email and our website, and let's have a chat.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Yo, what's happening?
Not much on my end. Just here to help you connect with Henrik. You know, the guy who builds custom voice AI for businesses? Like, super cool stuff. You want to
Yeah.
book a call with him?
Yeah,
Just
sure.
click the book.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Bye. We just hang up, and now we just watch this without. I'm not holding anything, right? we'll have the transcript come through just automatically for us. There we go. Super cool. So that new line isn't working as well, because I was kind of hoping it would actually do the new line. I'm just going to see why that's not coming through as a new line. Is it because it's in HTML? Oh, okay, it might be because it's in HTML. Let's try that again. I think it's because the it shows that. So now it should come through nicely. Yeah, there you go. That's much better. Very cool. Alrighty, hope you guys are getting lots of value out of this. I'm enjoying the build, it's fun. So far, we have did a little bit more even. We set up an email automation. And you can set that up for yourself or for your client. And that's literally a very, very sellable use case, by the way. So the next thing we are going to go into is Airtable. We're going to jump into the different US phone providers and start testing our level labs with these. And then we're going to jump in and create a Twilio account and do all that. All right, so now we last time finished off with Level Lab sending over an end of call report to an email. But what if we could capture all that data in Airtable? So right now, what we're going to do is learn on how to actually use this. Now, Airtable is a database, and it is for free up to a certain amount of rows, and I think it's about 1,000. So it's like a better version of Excel. And what we're going to do is click on sign up for free, sign up with Google's, and then just choose our domain that we picked before. I actually wish we could skip this. I don't want to do any of this. Okay, just press refresh and that'll close it. Now that we are in here and we got to here, this whole interface is just split up into two really. You've got the left-hand side, which is the panel here, and you got this middle part section where this is all of our like tables and knowledge bases will go into here. We can have workspaces, and in the workspaces, I do recommend actually renaming your workspace. So let's click on this and let's call this the main workspace. And on our trial, we got 14 days where like we're on a team plan and we get some extra little perks, but honestly, it doesn't matter too much because we're not going to be doing any heavy lifting. And on the bottom left, what we want to do is click on create. So we can use the Omni AI builder to do stuff for us, but we actually want to learn on how to do this by hand, so we actually know what we're doing. So we click on that right-hand side button, and now we get Omni coming up again. I'm just going to close this. All right, so what's happening here? In the top and middle, we have data, automations, interfaces, and forms. The thing that we are going to focus on is data. So this one here. Now, how a table works is that you have a main base, and each base can have multiple tables. So what you see here, like this whole thing here is a base. And if I go now, click this little plus button, and I'll go start from scratch and just add another table. Now I can have multiple tables within a base, and each table can contain different amounts of data or different kind of like things that we want to collect. So in this case, we are just going to say this is my Level Labs end of call report base, and we are actually going to go and change the color to, I like green, this lime green. And now I'm going to also rename my table. So I'm going to left click on the table, click on rename table, and just call this end of call report. So EOCR, and click on save. Now we can see a bunch of columns right here. And the things that I want to collect from an end of call report, we're actually going to jump into our NA10 and see the fields that we actually want to collect. So I definitely want the transcript. So let's put this in. And I'm actually going to delete all the fields that I don't think I need at all. So I'm going to delete attachments. I'm going to click on delete field and just right clicking on the heading right here. Just deleting. And in the notes, we can actually reuse this for the transcript. So I just double clicked on the notes right here, and we're just going to change the name to transcript. We're going to have long text, and we could also enable rich formatting if we want to. And what this is going to do is later on, if we, for example, add in like any markdown formatting to our transcripts, this will also work that way. Now we also need some kind of identifier for each one of these rows. So in this spot, this is the unique thing that identifies your specific row. And each one of these has to be, well, different. So because what we're going to do is filter by this later. So at the moment, we're only using the web calls, but when we hook up, we need to connect Airtable with an A10, and there is a very specific way to do it. And what we're going to do is we'll have the send message so we can get emailed and at the same time get Airtable to also be updated. Now, for my case, just because I don't want to get all the emails and delete them after, I'm actually just going to focus on the Airtable part right now. So just click on the little plus right here. And this opens up my little menu, or I can just type in the word Airtable. And this is going to import a node in here that gives me some actions that I can take. So for example, we want to create a new row each time we finish a phone call. So right now it's giving us an error because there's no columns found in the table. Makes sense because we haven't connected it yet. So to connect it, we need to click on create a new credential, click on this button. And in here, we need to grab our access token for Airtable. And we do that by coming back to our account and on your profile picture. Now this might be in some other spot, they always change it. But the thing that you want to look for is the this area, and then you want to click on Build a Hub. So the little spanner. You click on Build a Hub, and this takes you to personal access tokens. So this thing right here. Then you click on Create Token. We're going to give it a name. So we're going to say 11 Labs. In the scopes, when you click on this blue text, you're going to get a drop down. And the few things we want to select is data records read, data records write, and schema dot bases read. And these are the only three things we need to connect up or like select from this. In here, in the access, we add a base and we select the only base we have, which is 11 labs. And then we create a token. Now this token, what we're going to do is copy this over and put it into this section right here. So paste that in, and now we have that token in here. Now just rename that so it's you just know which like what this authentication is for. So it's good to name this stuff properly. Click on save. It tested it for us, and then it actually came up as green. So that means it's okay to go. We can close that now. Now we click on the base, and from a dropdown, we should see now 11 labs base. And our table, we should see our end of call report and our table 2 that I created, but we're only focusing on this one. And it actually automatically spotted the different things that came back, the different columns that we made. So now to connect everything, we need to just drag a bit closer and just connect them up. It's going to execute, and it's going to create an empty row for us because we didn't actually do anything in here. So let's kind of jump back to our base. And let's clean up all these. So we can just select all of them, left click and then drag down and delete all selected records. And now this is clean. So in the name, I'm going to skip that one, but for the transcript, we can just drag and drop this, and then we have the transcript come through for this call. So let's now get out of this section. And how I did that, by the way, is actually just clicking outside of this like gray area, or another way to do it is actually pressing escape on your keyboard. Okay, so you can click on execute workflow. And now when we jump back to Airtable, we should now have a new row in here with the transcript. Another cool tip you guys can do is you can increase the row height a little bit so you can see a little bit more of the transcript. Now we want to be able to fill out some other columns in here though. So let's check out what we can do. Now, if we're primarily going to be doing like telephone-based systems for our clients, then we would have in here, phone number as our main identifier. But if we're just going to be doing web calls for people, this could just be a convo ID, for example. And we could just have it like so. The reason why I'm thinking covert conversation ID is because in the thing that comes back from Level Labs, we have this conversation ID, and it comes back like that. And then we can use this then to like search up this specific conversation if we really need to in the Level Labs as well for at least the next 30 days, because that's what we restricted it to. So now to map that, we now jump to our webhook and we find our conversation ID. Now it's just gonna fetch the columns. We might have to refresh. So click that little button there and it says Convo ID. I actually don't like that it says Convo ID. Kind of looks like COVID to me. Let's actually change that. I'm just gonna say, I'm just gonna change it to call ID. I think like, I'm gonna make it look like this. I think that looks clean. So let's just click on refresh again. And we'll just do that again. And it looks better. And we click on execute workflow. And now in Airtable, we'll have the call ID, which is this, followed by the transcript. Nice. So we have a unique identifier here always. All right, what else can we do in here? So from our 11 labs, we can pull a lot more stuff. So obviously we'll grab the transcript. We've got the call duration. That's a good one. Let's do that. So let's do, and duration will probably, instead of actually typing in duration and picking a duration from here, we should choose number. And the duration can be actually just without any decimal places because the duration comes in like already rounded up for us. So we have it like this, just create field. What else can we have? Cost. Now the cost is very strange in, it's very strange in 11 labs because they only calculate the cost for the LLMs, but nothing else. But I think on average, it's about 12 cents a minute. So the cost, putting the cost in here doesn't really do anything, honestly. Yeah, let's do then 1 decimal point and let's create field. Let's just rename this. So we're going to have edit field and we'll change the name to duration. Save, and we'll do the same thing here. Right click, edit field. We're going to have this, I should call it LLM cost. What else can we have? Okay, here we got transcript summary. Let's do that. So in here, we're going to type in long text. So just by the way, I'm going to go through this list and tell you which ones I use the most. So single text, I like this one for, that's pretty much my most used one, but you can't do any new lines. It can just be like one single line. The long text in here, this is the one we just used. Checkbox is nice. I'm just actually click on it and show you guys how it looks like. The checkbox literally just looks like this. Multiple select is very nice. So you can add in extra options. So for example, you can like tag different calls depending on the outcome. So you could do something like success, fail. Okay. I don't know like which ones you want, but like success would be like green. So be, for example, red, and this would be like, yeah, it's okay. And then we can actually select, because it was a multiple, we can actually select multiple of these in the one field, or just 2 of them, for example. So that's multiply select. Single select is a similar idea, except you can't select multiple ones. You can only select single ones, right? So that's also another cool option. Another one is the one that we use probably the most is, as you saw, the number one. I actually prefer not to use the currency because then it's locked into like the actual currencies. I don't actually use the phone number field too much because it actually formats stuff directly. I don't want that. So for phone numbers, I actually just use the single text field. I do use the formula quite a lot. And I think that's really it. And oh, okay, then the one I do is created time. That's a good one to have. So let's just say created. And then we'll choose the format that you guys like. So I'm going to use European friendly time with 24-hour. And we can display the time zone so we can see where it was made. Cool. And it actually tells us what time it was created on. Nice. And that does it automatically. We don't have to bring that in from Labs. So we have transcript summary and call summary title. Let's add these in. Call summary. So now I think for the call summary, go single text and we'll just say single, call this one call summary. And then we'll do a long text and then we'll type this one in as, I think I got them around the wrong way. That one, I'm gonna have this one as the call title. I'm gonna have that as single text. All right, nice. And then you can actually drag and drop the columns. So you can see maybe, let's say you want to know the call title first, you know, the call summary next, and the transcript, the duration, the cost, and when it was created, like in this order. So now when we come back into NA10, we click on this, we click on this little refresh button. It'll give a little drop down. And now from our webhook, we can now map all these things. So we can go just type in summary and this little search thing right here, instead of like scrolling through, we just drag and drop them in here, like so. If we now type in duration and the cost, if we now just type in cost now, can now drag that and put that in. By the way, this is in tokens. So we click on execute workflow. We shall now see a whole new thing come in here like that. It's nice, huh? That's super cool. Now I can actually ask Omni, it's like, hey, can you create me a dashboard from this? I'm just going to do a few extra calls here. It'll be pretty much all the same, but so I'm just going to change the numbers around a little bit. All right. So what I'm going to tell Omni on the left-hand side is I'll tell it, can you create me a dashboard to just ask it, and it will create us a dashboard actually from this data. Now, whether it looks good or not, we'll have to go and see. Okay, I like that. Number of transcripts, average call duration, perfect, love it. All right, and then we can like actually like click and like see new navigation tab. Okay, cool. But you can actually click on open and you can see the calls in here. That's nice. All right, and then what you could do is you could share this interface with your client. So you could then click on, okay, let's do publish. Can we share now? Okay, there you go, that works. And when I click that link, I can now share this interface with my client. Obviously, you're going to want to secure that, because that way anyone can actually just get in once they have this. So you go manage the link settings, and then we say require password, and you can put in a password in here. We can also require like a specific domain from people, so you can restrict this to be a little bit better, like safe-wise. All right, and then get back, we go to edit pages. So we just jump into here, and then to come back into our data, we now are in here. Okay, guys, so try and recreate what I did here and send an end of call report to Airtable using the skills that I showed you here. So what's going to happen now is when we do now a test call, like anywhere, whether from our website or from within here, we should now get a end of call report come through. So let's actually chat. So currently I
Hey,
have
I'm
3
Jessica,
calls.
a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey Jessica, good morning. What time is it for you?
Good morning. It's currently 7:48 in the morning here. I'm all set to help you with anything you need about our voice AI solutions. Would you like to book a call with Henrik? You can click the book a call button in the top right of our website.
No, thanks. I'm just gonna browse for a bit. Thanks. I'm just gonna hang up, and now without me doing anything, we should now see that come through. I might have had to have published the workflow though. I think I stuffed up. Yeah, I'm gonna click on publish, and then we gotta redo that again. All right, rookie mistake.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, just saying hello. I should have that coming through. There we go. Nice. duration 9 seconds. And yeah, that's pretty much, that's exactly what I said. There you go, guys. So now you have the data coming through into Airtable, and your client can now see all this stuff. That now ticks off this section here. All right, and one of the few last pieces in the text section is Twilio. All right, so we're going to jump into Twilio. We're going to click on sign up. Put our details in. Cool, and then we just click on continue. And just right off the bat, I'm instantly going to go continue pay as you go, because we still need to integrate and like use a phone number later. So we're going to click on this, and I'm actually going to add up. I'm going to do click on get started, create a new customer profile. That's fine. Okay. All right. So once you are logged into your account, you'll see this kind of screen, right? And on the left-hand side, you see all the stuff that we really care about. We got like, at least 20 bucks in our bank account now that we've added on here. And the next thing is I'm going to jump in and click on phone numbers, click on manage, and click on buy a number. In here, we just want to buy a US number. So I'm just going to click any first one that comes up. I'm going to click on buy right here, whatever. And now we have bought our first number. So in here, to go back to our number, we just click on active numbers, and now we have our number right here. What we can now do is connect up this phone number with our 11 Labs account. And to do this, we'll need to jump back into 11 Labs, into a section called phone numbers. And we'll import the phone number from Twilio. And we're just going to call this US test. Punch in the number. Then we're going to come back into our account dashboard. I'm going to copy the things at the bottom right here. So just scroll all the way down, and we want to copy our account SID. And then we want to copy our auth token. Going to copy that, paste it in here. And then we just click on import. And nice. Now we can assign it to our default agent. And now what this means is that we can now actually call this on our phone numbers and do some testing. So if you're in the US or Canada, or you already have some kind of VoIP number, then you're welcome to call it. But I'm going to show you where you can actually purchase phone numbers if you're outside of the US or Canada. So the platforms that I use are actually this one here. It's called Quo, Quo. And this one costs about, like 15 bucks a month. But I think this is the most reliable and best one that I've been using so far. So I'm paying 15 bucks because I use this quite a lot. The other one that you can do is Talk You. If you type that in, comes up, probably the first one that comes up. They have an Android and a iOS app that you can download. These are pretty cheap, probably like $5 to get started. And there's also Hushed, looks like this. And Hushed also is pretty cheap. You can also probably get started with like $5. But out of these three, they pretty much go in terms of like quality and how much money you spend, right? So Quo is probably the best out of all of them, costs 15 bucks a month. TalkU costs about like $5 to $10, I'd say it's slightly better than Hushed. And Hushed is probably like $1 to $5 per month. So whichever one you choose, yeah. I'm actually going to log into my existing quote account. I can't be bothered actually creating a new one for this setup. So I'm just going to log in, and how it's going to look like in here when you like set it up and you do some got a phone number set up. You can click on the inboxes. You can just click on Henrik right here, or your name, whatever that is. And this is where you can make all the phone calls. So we just bought this number, and we're going to give this a call. We're going to copy that, click on this little phone icon, just paste that in and just give that a call.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey there. Just checking in.
There you go, guys. That now works using your phone number that you bought in from Twilio. It's wicked, isn't it? So now our end of call report should actually have that in there now. That should have come through. Yeah, you see that. Now, the other thing that we can add in here is if the call is from a phone call, we can actually have that come through into here. So maybe the call ID could be actually be the phone number. Actually, that wouldn't make much sense. No, let's not do that. But what we could now do is if, and let's just for the sake of, practicing, if, let's use this. We could now go into the webhook, go to, so what would we call number? Maybe system something. System caller ID. Okay, I might have to go on executions. Let's go copy to editor, that last one that I had. You might have to redo it. Okay, and if we go, I think it was in system. Yeah, there you go. System caller ID. So that's the one we're calling from. This is the caller number. So that's the one we're calling from. So I'm going to say if this is exists, then I want to go this way. So that will be like the phone number route. So I'm going to go rename this phone number. Or if it's not a phone number, then I'm going to rename it and say this is a web call. Okay, so let's jump in here and just jump back into our Airtable, and let's add in a single line text. And this is what we're going to do. Phone number. So, or actually maybe, yeah, let's add in phone number. All right, let's jump back into here and let's just refresh that. We should now have the phone number field coming through. Then we just type in, what's a little, okay, let's run that. Okay, we should have that coming through now. We have a system. We just got to match the phone number to here. Nice. And in the other one, what we're going to have in this phone number field is we'll just say web call. Publish that. And I'll just run that just to test it. Actually, I'm gonna have to unpin these, right? Because when they pinned, they were executing the old data. Okay, let's refresh these now. Oh, there we go. I see the phone number one there. Nice. Okay, now let's delete all these and let's actually do a call from my website and then a call from the phone number just to check that all this works properly. Okay, so chat with us.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, g'day, just testing. Bye. I'm just gonna hang up and I'm straight away also gonna do a phone call.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Yo, what's going on? Hey. I'm just gonna hang up. And now both those calls should now come through. Okay, so the web call worked, very nice. And now the phone call worked. All right, beautiful. All right, guys, this is looking good. Like literally the thing that I'm showing you right now, this is like what you can actually sell. Like we sold stuff like this for like between 3 and 8K. Okay, and I think this is it. So we could have, instead of email notification, we could have email notification with Airtable, all the data going in there, and then like a dashboard. And you could also have this going through like so. You know, you could have the Airtable stuff running right here. And you could also have the emails running here at the same time. So how N18 works, by the way, is that the top row, like the top route will happen, that will occur, and then this bottom one. So I'm just going to actually execute and show you how that looks like. Let's go executions and just run from the last one. So now when I do, it'll run the top route, it'll do this, and then it runs the bottom route. So I also got my Airtable and a notification to the team via an email or Slack or whatever. So now that's all there. All right, guys. So now what I think we've finished is we've done the Twilio setup, we've done this, and we did even better with setting up the end of call report to Airtable. I think that looks really good now. Alrighty, guys. So on the last level, we did all the tech stuff, and you actually have enough skills to build the tech stuff. So I would also recommend just going through everything. So you might have to replay the previous thing and see if you can actually rebuild everything that I did completely from scratch. Let's do level 4 stuff now. In here, we're going to talk about offers, discovery calls, scopes, and we're going to actually do a project, and we're going to talk about what actually makes a project production ready. All right. So let's talk about a few things. In here, we have cold outreach that I'm mentioning. But if you guys watched level 2, what you should be doing is doing warm. Like prioritize this before you do anything else. So do your warm outreach, contact anyone that knows you, and until you completely exhaust this list, do not start doing cold outreach. Trust me, this is the best way to get your first leads. The best way. There's no better way. In my case, it was about 440 people that I contacted, and I got 2 clients from that. As I said before, Tyrone contacted 30, and he got 2 clients from that. So like, this shit works. It really does. You can also see other YouTube videos on my channel where I interviewed 6 other agency owners, and they also did warm outreach and also got the clients via that. So let's say now you've done your warm outreach and you've actually got someone interested to jump on a call with you. And this means you would then jump on a thing called discovery call. So on the discovery call, you should ask questions that will help you diagnose or analyze the pain points or problems that this specific person has, and like why they booked a call in the first place with you. So I'm just going to role play a little bit with you guys and actually just pretend like I'm jumping on a phone call with a plumber right now. And so I am the agency owner, right? So this is me and this is the plumber, P. Now the questions that I'm going to ask the plumber, initially I'm going to start off the conversation. So I'm going to go first, and it would say something like, hey, where are you calling in from? Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I'm currently in Poland. It's pretty cold out. How's the temperature down your way? Just literally doing some small talk. And then I'll be like, okay, so what actually made you book the call today? It's like, oh, okay, really? So you just were curious about like learning about what this voice AI thing is? He's like, yeah, okay. Ah, cool. So you just want to learn more about like what voice AI is and how it can actually fit? Yeah, okay, cool. And then he starts telling you stuff like, our team is packed. My current call center that we hired in the Philippines, like they pick up the phone, but they don't actually know what they're talking about. Like they don't even know what the name of my business is. Like, oh, okay, that sounds pretty rough. Like, how much you paying them a year? Or I feel like 15K per person a year. It's like, yeah, somewhere around there. Then you got 3 of them. It's like, okay, so 45K. Like, yeah, okay. Well, I said, well, okay, what kind of information would you actually like them to like, say about your business? And given that they actually know the business name, like, okay. So then he like tells you a bunch of stuff, and then you keep on digging deeper into every single one of these like little problems. So now he's told me that he's not happy with his team. Like, okay. So I'm just writing that down in my head and just noting that, and I'm trying to get numbers from him. So I know now 3 people, 45K a year. And now I want to try and figure out what they actually do though. So like, okay, so you hired 3 people and what do they do? Okay, one like books appointments for you and sets up the calendars in Service Titan. Okay, sure. And that's your CRM? Yeah, okay. What does the next person do? What does one of them do? She just qualifies the leads that come through and like helps you block calls that are coming through. So what does the next person do? He's like, oh, okay. She actually just picks up the phone and makes sure that anyone who's calling isn't actually trying to sell us stuff. So I go, what do you mean sell you stuff? It's like, well, majority of our phone calls are just people selling us stuff. It's like, oh shit, that doesn't sound good. How many calls is that? I don't know, like 80 calls a day. It's like, okay, and how many calls do you get? 100? Wait, you're saying that 80% of your phone calls are spam calls? Yeah. I was like, okay, but what if I and I can already see like this is a huge pain point. Like this is something that needs to be fixed. Like without me even, I don't even want to dig deeper into anything else. I'm like, oh shit, this is actually something that we've done before for other plumbers. We've created a system where we can help you only focus on the qualified leads. So in this case, where you're getting like 80 calls out of your day for your team and they're getting packed and swamped with all these silly calls, people trying to sell them stuff, what if we just took all of them for you and then you guys only get the qualified ones? It's like, okay, that would be really good. That would help out the team quite a lot. I mean, they could then focus on other stuff, right? It's like, yeah, okay. All right. Just out of curiosity, out of those like 20 calls that would be potentially leads, right? What's like average amount of money that you make per lead? Because I know as a plumber, you might get emergency calls, you might get some little calls out to maybe fix a sink or something. It's like, oh, the emergency ones somewhere range between 3 and 10K. Oh, okay, that's cool. And the emergency ones happen when? At night? Okay, right. So what if we did just focus on the spam protection thing for you? We took all them off your plate and we only gave you the qualified leads. But then after hours, we also do the emergency phone calls. So if you do get actually any emergency stuff, we route them directly to your team when they are when we actually figure out that it is actually an emergency. Like, okay, that sounds good. So like that way you're not losing those leads. Okay, and if it's not an emergency, what do you think like the ticket sizes for that? It's like, oh, about a K. Oh, okay, okay, right. And do you think you were able to, your team was able to pick up like all those phone calls, like after hours and due to all these like other calls coming in? So not really because, you know, she was stuck picking up the phone call pretty much all the time. So, okay. So how many would you say you missed? Like 5 a day or something? He's like, I don't know. Oh, gut feeling? Yeah, okay, maybe like 3 a day. Okay, so 3 a day. And I was writing all this stuff down, right? And by the way, I'm kind of like role playing this because I actually had this exact conversation with someone who's literally had this problem. So like the stuff that I'm telling you was actually a legit conversation, and this is something that I actually solved for them. And this is what we're actually going to be building out. Now, if you guys notice in all that conversation, I did not mention 810, Make.com, Retail, 11 Labs, because they never asked about any of it. And even if they did, I do not want to ever, for my discovery call, to end up being a tech-orientated call. If you guys end up in a spot where you are there explaining yourself about the tech, that call's gone. Because you then become the tech nerd kind of guy who's just explaining the cool tech stuff instead of, okay, let me just actually wind back slightly. There's a little tiny caveat here. Depends on where they came from and how they came to you. If they tell you they came because the last agency they hired did a really bad job on the VAPI account and the NA10 sucks, and they use those words specifically, like, oh, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about because he's obviously worked with AI before, that's when you can bring out the tech talk. but you bring out the tech talk in a way that you are presenting yourself as an expert and you're going to fix the other thing that the other person did. So like, yes, you can mention the tech, but only if they specifically mention they were working with the tech before and they want to know more about the tech and what you could do with the tech. So another example I can give you just while I'm speaking about this, I actually was on a phone call with a guy who obviously just watched like one YouTube video about RAG, and now he's using this word all the time now, and I could see he had no idea what he was talking about. So I was like, okay, so what do you actually want to do with this thing? It's like, okay, I just want to look into my documents. Okay, how many documents do you have? Just one. I was like, all right, well, I'm going to set up something for you. It's not going to be this whole RAG thing, but it's going to do what you want. And it's not going to cost you like much more, because a proper RAG system is a lot harder to set up. Like, okay. But like, you just got to kind of figure out where these people are coming from and what they actually want. Anyway, let's continue with the whole plumber thing. Okay, so you've now figured out a few things. We've now figured out that at least 3 leads a day he loses because of this. Now he said that it is between 3 and 10K. So let's just do the average of that, which is 13 divided by 2, which will give you a 7.5. Okay, so 7.5 for emergencies. And then we should also calculate then, he said it was about a K for like the daily, kind of like everyday stuff. Okay, so if you add them up together, we got 8.5, and then we multiply that by 3, we will get what, 24, like 25.5. So now let's make that 28K. That's a week. And we multiply that by 52. That ends up being, well, like, so we got 28,000 times by 52. Okay. You know what? I might just focus on the 21 a week and then multiply by, let's say, like 40 weeks, because it maybe works that much. So yeah, that's like 840K. Now, assuming all these numbers, let's just go for that lower end number, which was the 8.4K, $840,000 that he loses a year. So on the phone call, you might say something like, if you do some quick maths in your head, like with this, you could say something like, seems like you're losing about like at least $500,000 in revenue, like because the team's not able to pick up all the phone calls. He's like, yeah, that sounds about right. It's like, yeah, okay, would you like to fix that? It's like, yeah. So, all right, well, what if we jump on another call? And can you do 2 p.m. tomorrow? It's like, yeah, okay, let's do 2 p.m. tomorrow. Let's put that on the calendar right now. What I'll do for you is, between now and then, I'm going to whip up a demo for you so I can show you how this is going to work with the spam protection and then the emergency setup. We could also set it up with your service titan so that your team then doesn't have to do this stuff manually. We can just do it all automatically. I can show you how the system works tomorrow. How does that sound? So yeah, sounds good. Thanks then. I'll see you then tomorrow at 2 p.m. And just finish off the phone call then. Now, when you're doing this, you'll jump off a phone call, you do your homework, you'll look at his website again, you look at all the stuff he told you, run the numbers. But like, if I do 20% of the $500,000, which is already, I think, plenty enough, that's already 100K. I mean, shit, if you can get away with 100K, why not? And if you think you can close them for like 50K because, you actually show them the numbers, sure, go for it. But I think something like this, like a spam protection agent for an inbound setup, takes just 2 days to build. I just do it for like an initial thing for a quick win. So I think for something like this setup here, I would aim somewhere between, I'd probably go for like an 8K for something like this, with these kind of numbers. If he even says anything, it was like, man, you're going to make your money back within like a week, or less, because you're going to get all the leads coming through, and you're not going to be missing all these anymore. And then maybe in the next phase, what we can do is help them set up the emergency setup, which might be like another like a few K there. And then we could do the service titan setup, which would be another like 30K. Because now what we're going to do basically is give him a taste of the build, seeing how it works, seeing how it is to work with me. I'm going to put all my time and effort into this build because that's all I really care about. and I'm going to make it the best build possible. And then he's going to come back to me for more upsells. Like this always happens. So like, as an example, we have had a few builds where we started off with like a 3K offer, and now we're up to like 35K total. With another ecom store, we started off with a 20, no, it was a, no, my bad. It was a 16K offer initially. And then we took that up to, I think, 85K about a year later. So like, there is certainly quite a lot of upsells to be made later on. And this is why the whole retainer model, I'm not sure if I mentioned that before in the previous setup. I don't think the retainer model is the best thing to do for you guys initially when you're starting out anyway. Just doing like contract-based freelancer type stuff. So you do per project or hourly. So let's now pretend you've now done your first discovery call. You kind of like got your little offer for this, and we went with spam protection. While we're talking about offers, let's actually jump up and see and talk about the offers that we can actually give to people. So one of the simplest offers that you could do for this is, instead of framing it in terms of you're selling voice AI, you're fixing a problem for a business. So in this case, for example, we guarantee you that you're going to get 50 qualified leads in a month, or you get your money back. Like that could be something that you could set up for business who's running Facebook ads, and those leads get cold straight away, and then you get qualified leads per month based on how many like people they already have coming in through the ads. So 50 qualified leads, that means I'd have to be running quite big campaign in Facebook ads. Anyway, let's say number two, we're doing you can offer an inbound FAQ agent, and it answers those specific questions that kills your team's productivity. Now, we actually built out an agent that answers to questions like, what times are you guys open? How long are the delivery times? And what is the price of this product? Like that was the top 3 questions or top 3 things that they get asked every single time. And that was 90% of the phone calls. So this thing here took care of so many phone calls. And this was for an ecom store that was doing about 4K calls a month. So imagine 90% of those phone calls, which is what, like 3,600 phone calls, were just people asking the same repetitive stuff all the time. So like super easy offer. It's just really easy to set up because you literally just, what we did in Airtable today, you just put the questions within the prompt. Okay, outbound, inbound, qualified, that shows the result on the dashboard each day. Literally what we set up here. And then in here, you just have, one of the single select drop downs, and you can have qualified, not qualified. Literally just have that. And the other one is that we could set up an after hours agent. So that's what I was going to set up for this plumbing guy. And then we have spam protection and lead reactivation. This is actually one of my most favorite ones, but just be mindful that this lead reactivation is for warm, like leads that have contact with the business in the past like 90 days or less. I think anything other than that, I don't think it's going to work as well. In our case, our biggest one was for the outbound job candidate kind of search setup, where we reactivated 20,000 leads, and then in the first phase. And I think by now we've done like 150,000 of these people so far. Anyway, we've got now that offer, which is quite common, I'd say, for us anyway. So we've done this build like 5 or 6 times now. All right, discovery calls. We talked about this. Okay, and now what we're actually going to do is build out the spam protection agent for this plumbing business. And now we're going to actually, after this call, what we're going to do is write up a scope. So during the discovery call and maybe some conversation beforehand, you would have collected info about the problem you're going to be solving with the solution. And scope is an outline of the things that you are going to be implementing for your client. Now, in your scope, what we want to do is we want to include some stuff. So so our offer was spam protection. So let's chuck that in. And FYI, your scopes can just be sent via the email, because that's also legally binding, especially if you're starting out. I think it's really easy to set up and get going. So we'll say we set up one agent, and you might actually have to explain to them what the system is on the second phone call. So the scope is, we set up one agent that will give you or your team qualified leads, and basically it sends away anyone who is trying to sell you stuff. And the scope in here is going to be one agent, one phone number, and will help you set up forwarding from your current system. In that case, that we're using Dialpad, which is actually really easy to set up. We just went in and clicked a few buttons and it was able to forward to the new phone number that we buy. And how you're going to buy the phone number is literally how we did it with Twilio just before. And we set that up in 11 Labs, and then they just forward anyone who's calling from like their end to this 11 Lab setup that we have. Helps set up forwarding from your current system, and then we notify your team either through Slack/email when you get a database to store the call info for easy analysis. And because this is a handover solution, by the way, guys, we are going to give them the ownership of the whole system, skipping like emergency stuff for now. So we're not doing that. But we should also in here prompt engineering, speak to your client/leads. This voice picked by us/you. I'm mentioning all this prompt engineering best voice picked by us because you know, we're gonna need to do this. We actually need to explain to him like what we're doing. Once he's happy and we know how we're going to help him, we actually need to explain him what we're going to do. So we're actually going to use a voice AI agent, and you know, we're going to send him the demos, and now he's going to be aware of what it is. And in here, I'm telling him what we are not doing in this phase, and that's emergency stuff. And for now, I'm just leaving that open. Let's say here how long it's going to take. Let's say the initial phase will take 2 to 3 weeks. And what we require from you, jump on a onboarding call, about 30-60 minutes to set everything up. And then call recordings of current conversations. And if he doesn't have any, then I need like a tree diagram of the conversational flows. I really need these before I can really do any prompt engineering, because like every single business owner has a specific way to talk to people. I could say from the time when and then you can give them your wires or your PayPal here and just send them up as like links or even your Stripe. So it could be a Stripe link. And then you go into your Stripe account or PayPal account or Wise account or whatever, and you just create them like a link just to pay for, you know, the 8K or whatever. And when they click on it, you know, they see the 8K or whatever you guys close them for. And yeah, they then pay. And yeah, that would be the build. So what we're going to do now is actually build that out. I want you to show you just the prompt engineering part and how I would take it to be production ready. So let's jump into Eleven Lab. Let's go to agent. Let's duplicate one of these agents. Let's say plumbing protection. I'm going to stick with Jessica for this one. And in here, what I'm going to do is actually, because I already got a prompt and it's kind of like really nicely set up. What I like doing is jumping into Claude. Claude's probably my most favorite LLM of choice for writing prompts. So in here, I would then go, hey, can you help me change this prompt so that it's more suited for a plumbing business? The plumbing business is called Plumbing XYZ. And the issue that they have currently with the current people that are calling them is that a lot of people are actually trying to sell them stuff. So people are calling in and asking about, hey, do you want Google SEO? Do you want your cars washed? And can I talk to the owner or the business owner? Or is the business owner there? And that's probably the top 3 questions there. Now, in the case when someone is actually calling and asking these questions, then we just want to hang up on them after telling them that, hey, if you have actually legitimate business with us, then call us back in the morning. Cool. So what I did here is I just used my voice program here just to talk to it. And now I'm going to actually punch in my prompt that I had here. Oops, that's not it. That was the prompt. I'm going to say use the prompt above as an example Cool, let's see what it does. Your job is to screen calls, filter out salespeople, and capture info in legitimate plumbing business. That looks good. I'm gonna add in one more variable in here, by the way. Let's actually jump back into our system prompt and then just fix this up so it looks a bit nicer. Again, I like to have stuff clean. No, avoid robotics and overly formal language. Yeah, obviously this isn't going to be probably how we do this because they're going to give us like 10 to 20 little conversation snippets. And then what I do with this conversation audios or whatever is I then run them through a transcriber. So you can run it through a provider like Gladia, for example. It's a transcription API. And then you guys can just sign up and run through the audio through there and you can get the transcript from that. Or you can literally make an automation and they tend to do the transcription for you using OpenAI. So in here, if you go OpenAI, and one of the options is transcriber recording. It's like you could set it up from here as well. Yeah, let's jump back to 11 Labs and just fix up the prompt. But this is good enough for now. What I'm going to do as well is actually put in the person's phone number that they're calling in from. So I'm going to go system caller ID. And this is actually the person's phone number. So in here, we're going to go legitimate, greet them, ask what plumbing issue they're experiencing, confirm the phone number. So in here, I'm actually going to give an example. It's like, okay, so your number ends with 946. So it doesn't actually say the phone number, it just says the short form version of the phone number. So let's actually call this now by publishing it, jumping into our phone numbers. And we're going to assign the plumbing protection agent to it. And we're going to give it a call and we're going to try and now sell it stuff.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, what's happening? My name's Henrik. I was wondering if the business owner is there.
We're not interested. If you have legitimate plumbing business with us, feel free to call back. Otherwise, you can email us at plumbingxyzmail.com. Have a good day.
Okay, so let's fix that up. So obviously she didn't know how to say plumbing XYZ, right? So let's jump into this route. Otherwise, you can email us at plumbing. Then we go dash. I'm gonna go at space .com. I'm gonna put that in slight quotation marks. And that should now say that better. And I feel like we've got a few repeating things here. So I might have to work on that later, but for now, I'm just going to leave it as is. Basically, like in your prompt, you try to not like repeat yourself. Like here, we've got this here, and then we've got it as well in the examples. So here, I might actually say, use the example above just to cut down on the token usage. I think that'll be better. I might just write it like that. Okay, let's try that again. I'm going to see if it sounds better now.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Yo, can I talk to the business owner, please?
We're not interested. If you have legitimate plumbing business with us, feel free to call back. Otherwise, you can email us at plumbingxyz@gmail.com. Have a good day.
Okay. It's a little bit better. Let's see if I can say that slightly better. Plumbing. Might not do the dash here. Just have it like this. Okay, great. All right, now to actually figure out whether it is like a spam protection thing or not. So in here, in analysis, so in here, we're actually going to jump in and do the data collection. And the thing we want to collect is identifier, type. And here we're going to say description, analyze whether call out the business owner or tried to sell anything. Okay, and then in here we have lead, and we also have spam. Okay, and we select the add data point, we click on publish. By the way, these enum enumerators is actually the two options that are actually always going to be picked. So it won't like generate random values for us. It'll be only these two results. So now when we do a phone call and we jump back into our NA10, I'm going to watch that come through actually after doing a phone call.
Hey, I'm Jessica, a digital assistant. You're calling us on a recorded line. How can I help?
Hey, I want to sell you guys car washing services.
We're not interested. If you have legitimate plumbing business with us, feel free to call back. Otherwise, you can email us at plumbingxyz@gmail.com. Have a good day.
Okay, so okay. So now that should come through, and I'm actually going to use this last execution to grab this data analysis part from Level Labs. And then in our Airtable, we can actually set that up as well. Say type. Actually, it'll be single. I'm just going to have a single line text, honestly, and then call that type. It's just because it's easier to set up. We go copy to editor, we go unpin, go into here, and just refresh. Scroll down, we should now have the type in here. Collapse the headers, and we select data. Let's see if we can find it. Tool calls, feedback, not this, not the transcript. There you go, analysis. There we go, value spam. Nice, very nice. Oh, there's actually a rationale. Oh, we love that. Yeah, let's put that in there as well. Let's do rationale behind that. So we go long. There we go, rationale. This is really cool. I really like Level Labs for this. So cool. Let's refresh that and then drag the rationale in here. Oh, it's actually really, really cool. Let's execute that. It'll come through, and now we have type, spam, and then the rationale. That is wicked. And say from here, what I'm going to do to make this build production ready. And what does that even mean to take it production ready? Is I'm going to do a shit ton more tests like I just showed, I just went through with you guys. I'm going to do a lot more tests. And I mean like between 100 and 200 tests, especially if you're starting out, you won't know on how to prompt engineer properly. You'll be kind of stuck. This prompt that I whipped up in what, like 10 minutes or less, is probably not something you're going to have working right out of the box for the specific thing that he wants. He's also going to give you conversational flows. He's also going to give you feedback. But in general, you know when stuff is production ready when, number one, you've done everything in the scope. So let's check whether we actually done everything in the scope. Like so far, whatever we've done today. We set up one agent that will give you one of your team qualified leads, sends away anyone who's trying to sell you stuff. We can check this. We've got one agent, we've got one phone number. We didn't set up the forwarding yet. That's just something we might have to do that once we finish the whole build. Because at the start, we won't have the phone number. Because he's going to have to set up his Twilio account, right? We notify the team via Slack and email. That's already done. So the email gets sent to my current email through here, right? That's already done. Use Airtable as database. We already stored this. Everything will be under their name. So yes. Prompt engineering for optimal conversational, not yet. So probably not done yet. Best voice picked by you. We could give him a list of voices from 11 Labs or access to 11 Labs, and then he could actually pick one if he wants to get his hands dirty. So we haven't done that yet. But pretty much as long as you can tick everything else off on here, then this is a finished project, because this is what we had outlined. This is what he paid us for. Right. So you've done everything in the scope. Honestly, I pretty much finished most of the build in like an hour. Thing is, the little tweaks and stuff, that's the thing that's gonna take another 20 hours. Not kidding. Anyway, you've done everything in the scope and you are happy that everything works smoothly. Okay. You have also, okay, so I'm not sure if you guys noticed about the edge cases is when I was doing this stuff, when I was building, for example, the tool in 11 Labs, like here, I already had a fallback. So instead of just marking it as spam, I also had another outcome, which was lead. I could in here have another KPI that I could track, which won't be lead and spam, might be something other that he actually wants. So I might have to go back and ask him what he actually wants to collect. Now, the dashboard and stuff, we didn't mention that in the scope, but we could give that to him as an extra thing so that he can see all this phone call stuff coming through. And that could be like a little bonus that we could give him for working with us and he'll feel happy. And then we can ask him for a testimonial as well at the end. Right. So you thought of any edge cases? The edge cases, by the way, were also the web call or the phone number. Now in here, in the transcript, in the end of call report, we could have a bunch of other fallbacks, just in case, for example, like Airtable doesn't work and nothing goes through. So you could, for example, let's just say, come into here, go to settings. You could have on workflow, you could have continue using error output. And if we ever have an error, we could, for example, and I like doing this, at least for my first few builds, we could set up a Telegram send message, send audio, send location, send text message. And if we have any errors in the build, we could have those be sent to Telegram, and same with the email as well. So if for some reason it does not work, we could have all the errors be sent to our Telegram, and the text would be the current, and then we can put in execution ID. So you can see this in the variables. So in the workflow ID, in the email notification workflow, failed. And then we can actually come into N18 and search it by this workflow ID, and we could also by this actually exchange that for this. And this execution ID will be the thing that will be sent to my Telegram. It'll let me know what happened in here. Now you could go a little bit more deeper in here and then get notified in your Telegram when this stuff happens, so you can jump back to this as soon as you can. Another little trick, you can see the URL here is this QRS whatever. So you can actually do a little link in here, which would take you directly to this. So you could be like, here was a context. So you could have grab the workflow like that. You could have the URL like this, and then you could actually paste in the workflow ID. And here we have the ID like that. Okay, cool. Right. That would be just so you guys can get notified when shit fails. I mean, there's also like this thing here where you can set up notifications as well in NA10. I'm actually just used to this because I did this from the get-go when I was building out projects. So I'm kind of used to having that, and I have most of my messages coming through into Telegram when stuff fails. That's just how I work, but you guys can set up like stuff within NA10 actually for like when stuff fails. So you have thought of any edge cases. You have now another thing that will make it production ready is your client tests this setup at least once, gives you feedback, you fix feedback. And in those 2 days, what you're gonna do is spend a lot of time of your life watching the system run live. And then you watch the system and fix any edge cases you couldn't think of. This is only when it actually becomes production ready. Like seriously, after it goes live, because there's only so many tests that you can do before this build is actually ready to be taken to the real world for the specific use case. You just won't know what people actually, how they interact with it with that specific setup that we did. So if you have a client that's like not is always nagging and trying to fix up like little, make it like perfect, you're gonna have to tell them that it's never gonna be perfect until we release it live. And we are wasting time currently, and you're wasting money because this thing is not working for you. And we think it can still work for you at best 80% of the time. And the last 20, we're gonna fix it when we actually take it live. So anyway, you do really need to be quite pushy at this stage when you are happy with everything else to actually take it live, so you can do all this extra little edge casey stuff. Anyway, guys, I am going to now be moving on to level 5. And you now will get to a part where you do the handover. And the handover is you've done your project, you've done the scope, you've done everything they wanted to, and now you make it go live. And as I mentioned, you watch it for the next day or 2 weeks or whatever you say in the scope. Now, probably in the scope, I should have probably written that. So in here, how long? 2 weeks, including testing from the time when we receive payment. In here, I should have probably said like, we also do ensure smoothness. And that's also another thing you could have in the scope, actually. I should have added that in before. All right. And after this period of the 2 weeks, you hand over the solution to the client, and it should be now running smoothly without your input. So like this NA10 scenario should run smoothly. 11 Labs should run smoothly. Twilio should run smoothly because now it's running on auto recharge. So like pretty much there's no like much input besides like doing little tweaks that he's requesting between you. Now, if he's asking for any tweaks, you charge him hourly, or if it's a big ask, you charge him as a project. Right, so you charge him as a project or you charge him hourly depending on the thing. So hourly, I actually charge 250 bucks. I know when you most of my students are charging between like 120 and 150 dollars right now for like all the services that we do as experts in this voice AI kind of in this space. But if it's project based and if he's asking for like big asks, then it could be then an upsell. So now let's say he comes back to you and says, hey, I actually am looking to do like an emergency setup. So in here, we did not include emergency, and now he wants this. We can now actually come back, we can jump on another call with him and ask him, okay, so what's the workflow or the setup for the emergency? Okay, we need to set up with service start, and we need to do this. Okay, so we need to do service start, okay. And then you jump back and you literally repeat the same thing that we did here with this initial call, and try and make another scope for this next phase. And you're going to charge them as well extra for this next thing. So depending on how long it is, if it's going to take you somewhere between like 4 and 10 hours, you could just do it, have it hourly based. If it's project, if it's going to take longer than that, probably I'll do it as a project. If they keep on asking you guys for more stuff always, then what I would probably recommend is having like a Slack channel where they come in and they can ask you questions and updates, and you bring them in for, let's say, like a 4K month retainer or maintenance thing where they can keep on asking you for stuff and they have access to you 24/7. And this is where you'll be available to fix up anything, let's say within like 24 hours. So this will be like an SLA that you'll set up with them. All right. So final words, we have got to the end. We did all this stuff right here. So we are getting towards the end, and my final words to you is good luck in 2026. I hope you guys kill it. All the stuff that I taught you here is something that people would charge thousands for, I think, because I don't think many people actually show you from A to Z how to deal with the tech stuff and client stuff and building out and how to set up everything, how to make it run smoothly, actually show you a use case that was real, how to calculate the pricing and do all that stuff. So if you guys watch this whole thing, please leave me a comment below if this provided you value. I would love to know. And I think just one more thing before I finish up, I am actually just going to just double check whether I've actually answered all of these questions that I promised to answer. So there's too much info, what's actually good? So if this was in reference to the tech stack, in our case, we were using 11 Labs, Airtable, and A10 and Twilio. That was a tech stack. How much to price these solutions for in 2026? As I said, it was ROI-based, value-based, and complexity-based. So that's not commoditized. And how much we price this for is like a fixed upfront fee. How does the delivery look like? Well, you are guys going to be onboarding the client after the sales call and then getting them to create all their accounts. And then you are going to be doing what we did in level 4. And if you guys not sure what level 4 is, then just go back to this time in this video. Do I charge a retainer? I'd say no, completely up to you. But most of the times, especially when you're starting out, you just want to do the one upfront fee. What niche do I pick? Hopefully I've answered that for you guys already in the video before. How do I find leads? I already answered that. How can I quit my 9 to 5? I actually didn't talk about this before, so let's answer it here. You can quit your 9 to 5 by having some savings, I guess. So I'd say when I quit my 9 to 5, I had a year's worth of savings and I started making my first AR money within the first 6 months. So you can quit your 9 to 5 and be geographically and financial free. But I think, like, honestly, that stuff will come within like a year or two after you've built your skills. So it kind of depends where you are at when you start this journey, whether you're completely new to business, sales, and tech and stuff like that. It might take you a bit longer. I know that my students in my program, some of them are already making 10K a month. They've been with us for like 6 to 8 months, but it does take a little while to get there. It's not instant. So if you guys are looking for like a quick win in like the first 2 or 3 months, like having actual constant 10K months, then it's not going to happen. You're going to have big fluctuations. You might have like zero money. You might have 4K here the next month. You might have 3K the one after that. And you might have nothing for the next 2 months. It's because when you're starting out, you're learning a lot of things by yourself. And what do I need to do to have financial geographical freedom? Sort of what I mentioned here just a second ago. But the main thing is actually just skills and being able to put up with frustrations. I already mentioned that. What skills do I actually need to start this? Good question. I'd say just the will and the grit to continue with stuff when it doesn't work and when it doesn't go your way. And I've already answered that before in part 4 and 5. All right. So now I can actually leave this to be my final thing. So if this provided you value, please leave me a comment below. It would mean a lot to me. And it would be even cooler if you told me what one thing you learned in the comments so that I actually know what you took out of this whole video. We also have a free school community. You're also welcome to join us there. I hope it'll be a profitable year for you guys and see you guys in the next one. Peace.